So I gave it to the clerk. He scanned it in if it wasn't something that already went to council.
Okay.
And then it, a lot of times where they receive and file, because it's study sessions, they don't receive and file things. And if you gave it to a staff member, that wouldn't be there. They receive and file them at the council meetings.
Okay.
And then that's where they receive and file kind of the mass.
Are these, when they're submitted this way, do they become part of the public record? Because I went to the.
Typically they do not. That's why we really encourage people, especially for longer. You don't have to, right? You know, but we don't like allow people ever to just hand things off to council. When you make your public comment, typically if you just use the public comment, city of Holland, then that's the best way to get information to them. They get them right, and then they get them at the city council meetings where they receive and file. Yeah, that'd be great.
For this. I have a full-time job. It's been a lot of work. And last time I got to do something, so I did it a few hours before the meeting. It's not that
Yeah, and if you do it a few hours before the meeting, you know, we do have a cut where, like, we don't like keep crapping that out.
Yeah, I understand. That's why.
So it's like anything
Figure all will get here. Mr. Van Beek gets done with this conversation.
they won't get on
I wouldn't expect to do that quickly. So that's why I just.
Oh, on the other? We should,
I knew
because,
scan, but
let's not get into that right now. No. Yeah, no, I know, no, I do.
not post, we go on, so we went back to the packet.
Oh, could easily be. Could easily be.
Put it on the next agenda.
I went to the packet for that last meeting, and I didn't found almost nothing for that last meeting.
Yeah, again, like if you gave it to us at that
I mean, for anybody else either. I only saw it was 2 people.
yeah, and again, if you give it to us that night, we're not gonna go back and put it on that meeting. It's gonna be received and filed at the next.
So I should conclude that almost only 2 people submitted it in time at the last meeting, since I only saw 2.
Well, we only submit something, like, anything that they submit using a public comment would go there.
Okay.
Anything that people hand us, we only make it in evidence.
Can I give 9 copies to the clerk?
Yeah, we need to get rolling, Keith. This is the study session for the Holland City Council for May 26, 2021. As a study session, we're not going to do a roll call. We'll get started with public comment in just a moment, but there's a couple of issues, Keith, I wanted you to clarify for council and for the people that are here. First of all, in the ever-changing environment of masks and social distancing and what is allowed and what isn't allowed, I thought it would be prudent for people to be able to hear where we stand at the City Hall and with city buildings and city staff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council and members of the public. First on masks, I won't go through CDC guidelines and some of the rules from the state. Primarily, I'm going to focus on the Michigan Occupational Safety and Health Administration. And we've been waiting for them to issue basically the new rules and guidance rules that apply to us as an employer and by extension to our buildings. And took a little bit later. They were actually issued on Monday, later in the day, so we kind of digested them yesterday. And then we issued a change for all of our city buildings late in the day yesterday, which does align with pretty much what everyone's heard, where if you're 14 days past your last vaccination, you no longer have to wear masks. Now, I'll just note for everyone, tomorrow is my 14 days. So that's why I'm following the rules that I need to have in place. So that's why I'm wearing a mask this evening. So anyone that is 14 days past does not need to wear a mask. So I think that's helpful for everyone to know because we've been in this time period. Separately though, however, like the room setup and everything, the 50% requirement and the social distancing still apply for an indoor gathering. So that's why we have the room set up as we do. Additionally, and probably this is more just for council members, just so you know kind of what's coming. We're still sorting through some of this, but Ottawa County did not extend their emergency declaration yesterday. And what that means is that while you've been meeting in person, a lot of our board committees and commissions have continued doing virtual meetings. And effective last night at 5 o'clock, that is not a legal option anymore. So we are also pivoting and are moving all of those meetings back to in person. And that kind of has, as you can imagine, and I won't bore you with all of it, that has a lot of operational type implications there that we're pretty eager to get back to and pretty excited about that. But it does take a little bit of time to get all that coordinated. What I would suggest for all of you is that if you serve on those boards, committees, and commissions, a lot of those do not take place in this meeting room. They take place in other meeting rooms within City Hall, which makes sense. So kind of when that happens is when we'll also kind of change the procedures here in the lobby and have people be able to go all the way through the building again. And at this point, I'm really suspecting that the June 9 study session is, I think, when we'll move back into the training room. And then that's also when we've had discussions. We tape the meetings when they're in this room, and we don't tape the meetings that are up back there. So June 9, you can expect our study session will be back upstairs and not be taped.
Great, thank you.
And then you also wanted me to talk about one other thing, maybe?
Yeah, the other thing was, because I've been hearing a lot of this in my communications with people in the community, and Mike mentioned it as well. There's some legislation that's currently making its way through the state government level in regard to short-term rentals, where that doesn't directly necessarily apply to what we're talking about tonight, but I think it has some ancillary effect, and something also that I wanted to make sure other council members were aware of, because it directly impacts, potentially anyway, what we have in place here in Holland in regard to short-term rentals.
Yes, thank you. And we have in attendance also here tonight, really our short-term rental guru on that, Tricia Dreyer. But most of council will remember that we had, well, quite frankly, most of that was before I joined you 3 years ago. But you had many, many, many long meetings till midnight and later, I think a couple times, Dave, as you're nodding your head, about all the discussions on short-term rentals. And I think the city really took a really responsible and measured approach to all of that, whereby you limited where short-term rentals can be and put some pretty meaningful restrictions, and making sure that that didn't turn into a problem that in a lot of other communities that it has been. And the concern that certainly we have, and I've been engaging with our legislative delegation pretty aggressively on this, and that the associations that we're affiliated with, being a city, we're in the Michigan Municipal League, but I know also that the Michigan Townships Association and even the Michigan Association of Counties is really concerned and against this legislation, is that it's legislation that would basically allow short-term rentals by right as an allowed land use. And I really think as written, even though there's those that say that it isn't, I think as written, the legislation basically would gut the programs that you all spent a lot of time putting in place, and that we think is a pretty reasonable approach to regulating that type of land use. And I don't want to make too much, like Mayor, you kind of said, I don't want to make too much out of this, really comparing it to the Udo conversations that you're having today, but I think there's a lot of people interested in that, where, what you're debating right now is, for example, in the R1/LDR units or residential zones, where you would still have to have, in the proposed changes as written, you'd still have to have a homeowner on the location. The foundational thing with the short-term rentals is that you would not have a homeowner on site. And certainly the argument we're making, along with the MML to our legislators, is it really kind of by right allows almost like a hotel that turns over pretty regularly to move into any place in the city. So I know I've communicated with all of council about this and given you opportunities and kind of the simple ways to communicate our concerns to our legislators. And just to let you know that I continue to pretty much every day be doing some type of communication, expressing our, our concern and our opposition to that legislation.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Dave.
If I may, I would like to make a little bit bigger deal of that because I think it's a very important issue. I know that we've been, as a group, reticent to make corporate statements on things that's sort of evolved as our policy, but it seems to me if there's ever been an issue that affects the city corporately, it's this. Not only is it going to affect, some of our ordinances, a ordinance, but I would guess it makes a statement about home rule as well. And so I'm wondering if it would be appropriate that we send a corporate communication to whomever, our legislators, voicing our displeasure, if that's what we agree to on this. I think it would be an appropriate step.
Keith?
So we're kind of getting into the board rules conversations that we have, right? I would say that because this does impact something, by definition, right? We currently have things in place, and this would strip away something that you currently have passed a law on. It qualifies under our board rules, and it doesn't kind of complicate that matter. I will say, though, being a person that has been responsible for legislative issues, primarily when I was at the county, I was the point person for that for 9 years. I'm not saying that you shouldn't consider doing it corporately, but I will adamantly tell you what's way more effective is that if 9 of you individually send your own voice on this issue, and you do it like in effect 9 times, that's way more effective than sending one communications kind of officially on behalf of the city. Now, you can do both, but I would quite frankly encourage all of you. It's really easy to do. I know some of you have already done it. I would encourage you to do it individually. The power of doing that multiple times individually is better than doing one corporate statement.
Well, I understand the effective numbers. I'm not sure that they would like what I have to say or it would be appropriate. Not the personal message I would send, but I guess I would still suggest that we consider that as a possibility.
And we can consider that. We just don't have the ability to make a decision on that at this meeting, but that's something that we could talk about definitely next week. And for those in the audience and watching at home, that's because this is a study session, not because we're pushing anything off, but this is noticed as a meeting where we don't make any official decisions on anything. So, is that it? You're good, Keith? All right. Next item on our agenda is public comment. In every one of our board, committee, and commission meetings, including city council meetings, we provide the opportunity for the public to express their views to council or to that individual board, committee, or commission. That's done under the Open Meetings Act of the state of Michigan. In our study sessions, of which this is one, we provide 3 minutes for each speaker. You've got the opportunity to come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record, and you will see that there are 3 lights in front of me on the dais. There's a green light, a yellow light, and a red light. The green light means you're doing all right on time. The yellow light means that you have 1 minute left, and when the red light comes on, your time has expired. We would ask that you end your comments at that point, and we are very strict about that. And this is also, please note, an opportunity for one-way communication. It's your opportunity to speak to council. We do not answer questions during this time period or engage in discussion, but it's an opportunity for you to speak to us. So, having said that, is there anyone who would like to address council at this time? Yes, please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Evan Manicki at 714 Columbia on the south side. And I appreciate the opportunity to give these comments and to have the public speak at your study session and give input. The good news is my comments are about a minute and a half long, so I'm going to hopefully yield or hope that you'll be a little more generous with somebody who's got 4 minutes. My wife and I bought our retirement home here in 2000. We moved from a Chicago suburb. And our daughter, who is a Hope College graduate, has moved back to Chicago to become a teacher, and for the last 15 years has taught in the inner city schools of Chicago. What attracted us to Holland was what attracted most of you. And as the mayor's campaign slogan put it, now we get to live here. We do not want that to change. There is a need for low-cost housing, for real solutions to the high cost of real estate, and to the need to support and increase diversity in the community. The measure under consideration and suggested by the Planning Commission is not the best way to achieve it. Too many rentals, let alone shared houses and smaller lots, and crowding and increased density and other problems outlined in the media, but too lengthy to be enumerated here, is a result of a mass zoning restructure, which is what the Unified Development Ordinance is proposing. The character and quality of life in Holland is enviable, and it shouldn't be hoarded by a few. It can be shared on a case-by-case basis as solutions present themselves on specific dwellings and circumstances. That's what zoning committees are for, and that's what exemptions are about. And everyone deserves the right to have an opportunity to live in this community. But losing the good, which is not your goal, may be the unintended outcome. The Council and Planning Commission should be commended for seeking solutions. It's a really good problem to deal with, and you've approached it honestly and fairly. But the big mistake of mislabeling upzoning this project is a very bad idea, and I strongly encourage you to vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manicki. Is there anyone else here who would like to address council? Yes, please come forward, and please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Wilhelmina Steketty. I live on 300 West 12th Street, next to the property of Bob Rietveld. I have been living in hell for the last 12 years. I've been attacked by drunks. I've been attacked by drug users. I've been followed down my driveway while my husband was dying of cancer. In the last 2 years, just these past 2 years, the police has been to this property 41 times. Why aren't landlords held accountable? When I spoke with the landlord's wife the night after my house got damaged for the second time of that month, I called her. I spoke with her for 45 minutes. When she talked to the police the next day, she said, I wasn't aware of the situation. This has been going on for 11 years. Multiply the last 2 years by 10 years of exactly the same. I have to sleep with a bullhorn next to my bed. When I go down my driveway, I have to have an alarm in my hand because I'm followed by the drunk living next door. Now I understand that because of COVID, they can't get rid of them. But that hasn't been the case for the last 11 years. I live in hell every single day. I can't go outside holding my head up. When I go outside and the next person moved in, I asked him to please move some stuff off my driveway so I could leave. He called me a motherfucking nigger lover because I have a sign in my garden that says I'm equal, everyone is equal. When I went outside 2 months ago, and the guy is on trial, this is another guy on trial, he called me out, he said, you better watch it, you disgusting piece of shit.
Ma'am, I understand you're passionate, but this is a public meeting and we have to watch the language, please.
Yeah, well, that's what neighbors should do to each other.
I understand.
And I excuse the language is horrible, but that's what I hear and have been hearing for the past 11 years. Without provocation, I have never yelled at them, I've never called them names. All I would do in the middle of the night is say, you have a 5-minute warning, or I call the police. And what do I get? Stuff thrown at my windows, a mailbox thrown at my windows. I hope something can be done about the responsibility of rental property owners and be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to address council at this time? At the front row, why don't you come forward? And then, sir, in the back in the maroon shirt, we'll take you next, all right? Thank you. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Dale Hoskins, 262 West 12th in the Historic District. And Wilhelmina was only quoting other people. Maybe she could have translated it. Thank you for your service to our committee, Lynn and David and Scott and Nikki and Mike, Raul and Quincy. I appreciate it. Appreciate your commitment to understanding this proposed unified development ordinance. I'm tired of it, and I'm sure you are too. Its implications for your, but you're committed to understanding it and the implications for your ward and the entire city. The decision is not whether the city needs a UDO or whether it is nicely organized and will help the city. That's obviously yes. The only decision for you is whether you can justify the enhanced densification features the Planning Commission has slipped into it. That would be easy to take out, and all those years of work will not be wasted. It's just that one little part that is the only area where people complain. In order to assist you, I can't hand them out, so I will email them to you because I didn't finish this till this afternoon. I'm providing questions that I would want answered before I could vote on this issue. But I'm confident that when you uncover the answers, you will choose to remove all the enhanced densification features, which will then create a sensible UDO. 1, what densification opportunities do our current city ordinance already permit to increase housing supply? What enhanced densification opportunities would the proposed UDO permit to increase housing supply? What's the difference? Do the residents of your ward understand what densification opportunities are currently available to them? Do they still want, in spite of that, do they want more? Do they want the enhanced densification opportunities? I don't think people understand the difference between what's allowed and what this is going to add to it. And I don't think we need to add anything more. And what kinds of development do the excellent LID standards actually apply? I believe you'll find they do not apply to the conversions that UDO permits in my neighborhood. Instead, it will just permit developers to replace our trees and landscaping with brick, concrete, and asphalt. Is this what your constituents want? The UDO states that it promotes walkable neighborhoods. According to WalkScore.com, to score highly as a walkable neighborhood, it needs to a full range of essential amenities. The UDO is expected to reduce the percentage of homes available for purchase. Is that what your community wants? Are you considering the role of public transportation at all? Why are you working so hard to further densify already dense neighborhoods when there are many new homes being built at the edge of town on huge lots with 4-car garages? Please endeavor to understand the mayor's statistics that claim that the majority of people support the UDO. 90% of the public comment oppose these enhanced densification features. Find who is actually calling for the enhanced densification and who's calling for it within their own neighborhood. Most of the people aren't even residents that are calling for it. What is the real reason that it is so important at this time to push the needle a little bit? I
Mr.
have a
Mayor,
theory.
that's 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hoskins. Your time has expired.
Please find out. That's my last point.
Is there anyone else? Yes, please come forward. And please state your name and address for the
I
record.
will. Tom Volkema. We live at 303 Maple Avenue, right over here in the Historic District. I haven't met you formally, but you owe me an email. And one of these days, hopefully, I'll get something back from you. I know we communicated by email this week. I'm just concerned about the process. And it's interesting when you're talking about Airbnbs and short-term rentals, when the city manager says, you know, something you've put a lot of time in and you don't want it taken away from you. I've lived over here for 39 years. And in my mind, that means I've got some skin in the game. This idea of densifying the city of Holland is just beyond anything I can comprehend. I'm a little concerned also about the process. The city manager said, and he said it again just now, he referred to the guru of housing, and during the planning commission, they were told that they're going to have the expert, the housing expert is going to give a presentation. but there was no balance. They didn't bring in experts that talked about the other side, about the negative side of densification. It was all very, very one-sided. We didn't have somebody that had sort of an inside seat to be giving these kinds of presentations. The other thing that really sort of gave me pause was Mayor McGeehan coming out of hibernation. And Al and I did not agree on everything. But it gave me pause when he decided his own sanction about not talking about things in city government. And he is very much opposed to this. He knows this city very, very well. And when he came out, I looked at his comments. They were cogent and they made sense to me. And I think that when you look at the planning committee, the planning commission's decision on this, their recommendation, you should look at both the process, and I know COVID had something to do with this. It wasn't possible to get everybody in, but also look at what Al said, because he has some background and he really knows this city well. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Volkema. Yes, sir. Please come forward. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Simon Cunningham. I live at 700 Columbia. Just want to thank you guys for opening up conversation and comment from the public. It shows a lot of openness and process. I love Holland. It's a beautiful town. I love living here. I love walking here. I chose a place to work that is a 10-minute walk rather than driving because I enjoy walking the streets and the sidewalk and everything. The place I used to live before I lived here was inner city Seattle. I lived in the neighborhood of Capitol Hill, which is kind of like the artistic density area, which is kind of famous for the Chaz. I don't know if that you guys remember that on television, but that's where I lived. 32,000 people in 1.6 square miles. That is a density of 20,000 people per square mile. It is arguably the densest neighborhood in the West Coast of the United States. And I lived there for 6 years, and I filled my car up with gas 3 times a year because I just walked everywhere, and my hospital was there, and blah, 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 blah. I moved to Holland intentionally because I had such a negative experience of how dense that neighborhood was. In general, the character of a place is destroyed the more density that occurs. Places that are built for profit, giant, apartment buildings, these sort of things, these are for-profit institutions that don't usually spend a lot of time on architecture, on character, on a value of place, a sense of nuance. That in general, these are the housing structures that sprung up over and over and over in the neighborhood that I lived in were nondescript. They were boring. They were uninteresting to look at, usually made as cheaply as possible. And they were energy efficient in the sense that they were essentially like Tupperware buildings where, lots of no airflow. It was very kind of soul-crushing architecture that springs up when there's not really a sense of value around this kind of stuff. So I really want to emphasize that my goal and one of the reasons that I moved here with my wife is because we love the single family housing that exists in the city, and we want to encourage you guys to embrace that value as well and retain the character of this beautiful town. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. There was somebody over on this side of the room, I thought, that raised their hand. Did I? Oh, I didn't. Ma'am, why don't you come up forward? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Linda Skippers, and my address is 901 Chelsea Court. I'd first like to thank everyone who provides the council members with accurate statistics and examples
Ma'am.
of density problems.
Ma'am, we need you to,
You're addressing the council, not the audience. No,
As
not 1
witnessed in other
second.
cities. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this one portrays the feeling of the inevitable density that will occur when filling in spaces between existing houses. A feeling. Building extensions, additional vehicles, paving additional parking spaces, yard waste, recycling, and refuse bins all create the chaos. As you look at this picture, where would you want to live? Be honest with yourself here. Holland has some beautiful, comfortable, and well-cared-for neighborhoods full of single-family homes. These are dream homes, as some have testified, for which they have saved their money for many years. There is motivation to care for your property and the homes on them because individuals have worked hard for ownership. My question to you is, are you willing to remove the residential rezoning proposal of the R1 and TNR areas from the UDO? Please do not break up and divide single-family homes in favor of duplexes and triplexes and whatever else you might call them within the existing neighborhoods. Our parents told us, and many of us, some of us, have told our children as well, this very important concept: learn from past mistakes. We can see what these mistaken decisions have done to downgrade the value of properties in residential areas of other cities. We should learn from others' mistakes before things become a problem for us here in Holland. Our city is not without new rental units. They are currently being built and made available in many areas of the Holland community. Affordable housing is a separate decision and a separate discussion that you must deal with. As representatives for the people living in Holland, Michigan, we ask that you hear us and follow the 90% plus of people asking you to remove single-family home rezoning from the proposed UDO. Please help us keep Holland a city that takes pride
Mr.
in
Mayor,
its-
that's 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Skippers, your time has expired.
that takes pride in our housing.
Dave? I thought I saw your hand up there before. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. I am David DeBlock, and I am at 60 East 13th Street. And I, as not many people I've seen in the audience, have been a volunteer here at City Hall in numerous committees over the years. Anyway, and I've also worked for the last 3 years reading this document that you're now given the opportunity to vote on. Yes, the original changes in the UDO gave you a, 10% chance of increasing the density. Now it's down to about 3. So people who are so worried about increased density, the most that will go up is 3%. Okay. I guess you could call that change, but I think we all get a little older every year. Let's see. Current document evolved from listening to people who had issues, and it's changed quite a bit in the past year. So anyway, I encourage you to keep looking at it, but then let's get this on the books and make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeBlock. Yes, sir, in the back there. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, it's Michael Short. I live at 810 Myrtle. That's in Holland, southwest side. Let me just address one comment that was made by the last speaker. 3% density increase. Okay, let's look at the TNR, for example. Did you know that the TNR, as the UDO stands, does not have owner occupancy required? There is a neighborhood that's bounded from Ottawa Street, Cleveland, Washington, and 24th. Okay, I may have the streets wrong, but I've done the numbers. I didn't bring them with me tonight. But that neighborhood could go 100% to conversions in the TNR. Okay, 100%. that means that the entire neighborhood that amounts to about probably 24, maybe 30 square blocks would all be conversions and rentals, okay? So let me comment on that 3% number. It's not accurate, okay? I've done more numbers than that, okay? And I'll give you the numbers. I'd be glad to send them to you in emails. But let me get to my main points, okay? My main points, the City of Holland Master Plan, adopted in 2017, expressed 3 goals in regards to housing. In these goals, the housing stock is to be energy efficient, it's to be well-maintained, and it's to include various designs, okay? In its present form, how does the UDO propose that conversions, remodels, become energy efficient in either the TNR or the LDR regions? Second question, how does the UDO ensure that neighborhoods be well maintained, such as in the TNR zone? In fact, owner occupancy is not a requirement in the UDO at this point in time. The third question, the UDO in its present form proposes a model that can be summarized as, in quotes, subdivision, densification, conversion, end quotes, as the design model for future housing stock within Holland. How does this one-size-fits-all achieve the goal of the master plan to include various designs? In other words, how can the goals of the master plan for housing be met successfully with the residential changes, that is, the TNR and the LDR portions, which are in the proposed UDO for your consideration? I urge you to return the UDO to the Planning Commission, asking them to remove the changes from the sections involving the TNR and LDR zones as found in the proposed UDO.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you,
that's
Mr.
3
Short.
minutes.
Your time has expired. Is there anyone else who would like to address council at this time? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Hi, would you
Dave
please state your name?
Skidmore.
I'm sorry.
Nope, that's
Please
okay.
state your name and address for the record. I think I interrupted you while you were doing that.
All right, no, that's cool. Dave Skidmore, 880 Pioneer, Ward 4. Last time I addressed council, I discussed a financial hit at 906 Vassar, my first house that I owned in Holland. The biggest reason to do that was partially for my financial hit that I took, but again for many others that they might take if this change to the residential side goes through. At this point, I'm retired, so not planning to move anytime soon, not anticipating having a hit. Hopefully, maybe not. My kids will be selling my house, and it won't really matter if my value is dinged because of other rentals nearby. But for lots of others, for lots of young people and stuff like that, I really don't want them to have to go through that. So tonight, I'm just going to pass along a quote that I had hung up when I was working in my office. It was attributed to Abraham Lincoln, but I've searched and I've never been able to find it online that he said it. But those who choose not to be involved in government will be led by those who do. So again, those who choose not to be involved in government will be led by those who do. So first, thank you, Jay in absentia, I guess, for all the time and all of the commitment that you guys and gals do. Back when I was working, I thought about getting involved in council and looked at the time commitment, and I thought, there's no way I'm doing that. So again, just a big thank you for all the time and commitment that you guys put in. I looked up govern, conduct the policy actions and affairs of country, state, city, etc. You guys have been elected to represent the residents. Many actions you take probably don't have a whole lot of feedback, don't get a whole lot of comments, don't get a lot of activity. One that came to mind, I put down, and maybe you got more comments than I knew. The city signs, which again, I don't care. That one didn't really bother me. But at this point, you have hundreds of residents that are against this, of which I am too, please take the residential part out of the UDO. One thing I looked up recently was I'm a Holland climate voter, and what it stands for, they're gonna vote for people who take the climate seriously. Well, I'm a no to rezoning voter, and I will take that seriously in future elections. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to address council at this time? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure will. I'm Carla Ackerman, and I live at 22 Bellwood Drive. Mayor and council members, as usually happens in these meetings, after public input at the last meeting, staff, in the person of the city manager, made a statement about the impact of this decision on him and his staff. That statement was something along the line that if you don't pass this UDO, you'll have wasted 3 years of staff time. The truth is that staff have decided to write a UDO that would directly affect and change a great number of houses and neighborhoods. Then they give us as a reason to pass it that you will be wasting their time. I'd like staff to know that I have lived here 25 years, and I've sat up on that, where you guys sat. For 7 years, I sat on the Zoning Board of Appeals. I've invested in my community by volunteering, supporting my children, shopping, and many other ways. This UDO is about to waste 25 years of my investment by radically changing a community that I have loved. So yes, maybe they put some of their work time for the last 3 years into this, but I put my taxes, my family, and my time into this community for 25 years. So whose investment is really being wasted here if you approve this UDO? All of us who have lived here and invested in this community. If you turn back to the Planning Commission and tell them to leave the R1 designations and take out the ability to subdivide single houses, they may think you're wasting their time, but really, they were paid for their time. It wasn't volunteer time. So what you're doing is saying to them as staff, we'll use community resources, taxes, to pay you to create a UDO that works. It's not a waste of time. This is good leadership. So I ask you not to approve the UDO as it's presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address council at this time? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Mr. Van Beek.
Yes, I have nothing to add tonight other than to hand it over to our staff and consultants.
Good evening, Jenna.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. If you don't mind just one moment, I'm just going to, not quite ready.
That's all right. That's exactly what that's there for.
And while she does that, I probably should have mentioned that earlier. We don't technically have to do that every time, but I left that up there for exactly the reason Jenna's doing that, so.
May have done a little bit too much, but here we
Keith,
go.
you know what? You should have asked Keith ahead of
You
time. He's
haven't
become
had
an
the
expert.
practice I've had at that, Jenna, for the
Exactly,
last
the
15
expert
months.
on it. All right. Again, good evening. So today we are here again specifically to present on an item that you had requested to be presented on at your last study session, which is on the TNR zone district and the proposed changes, the proposed zone standard changes. In addition to that, we do have a full slide deck here for you tonight. The intent, though, is not for us to just stand up here and present to you. The intent beyond this one presentation that you had requested is really for council members to lead where we're going with this and where you would like to in terms of your conversation, your discussion. I have the slides available for supporting information. I do have a presentation, on each of the topics, including the LDR zone district. So I'll just kind of leave it up to you to direct us as to what you want to see, what you want to discuss, et cetera. Though, getting into the TNR zone district, which I've put in the acronym that we're proposing to use, as well as what it currently is, because I know that not all of us are familiar with the acronyms quite yet. So TNR, Traditional Neighborhood Residential, currently the RTRN Zone District. So here in front of you is the analysis that the Planning Commission reviewed, that staff and consultant and with some support from Ryan Kilpatrick in his Housing Next role, and then also Alex Ebenstein. I have to give a shout out to him. He absolutely was very helpful. He's our GIS manager, and he's very helpful in putting these things together for us. So what I have here in front of you is first and I actually have 3 different slides that contribute to this, and I also have the maps that go with each of them, which I'll show you in just one moment. So for the 2 units, and actually for 2, 3, and 4 units, again, this is only talking about the TNR zone district. We have what Planning Commission has proposed, so what's in the current UDO, what is the existing standard, what was being proposed back in November of 2020 prior to public comment on the issue, and then an additional analysis, a different number that was kind of played around with as well in determination of the standards. So what's being proposed is for each of the units to have 4,000 square feet of land. So per unit, 4,000 square feet of land. So that would mean, right, that you have a total lot size of 8,000 square feet for a 2-unit. Also, the street front width is being proposed at 50 feet. So that would make 248 properties in the TNR zone district eligible to have 2 units on them. Now, by eligible, that really means that based on these standards, they would be eligible. Now, whether or not they would be able to provide the amount of parking that would be required, which the requirement is 2 parking spaces, so 1 per unit, right? It also is determined on whether or not they'll be able to meet the setbacks for the lot, and other standards, height restrictions, landscaping provisions, paving, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But this is the number, and I just want to clarify that as we go forward, that this is the number that is eligible based on the criteria of the square footage and the front width. So that would make 10% of the properties in the TNR zone district eligible for 2 units. 44 existing units have 2 units right now that meet these standards. So those 44 would become conforming under this standard. Right now they're non-conforming. They're legally non-conforming. There are 3 vacant properties that meet this criteria. And then this last column, I'll just touch on very quickly, and then I have asked Ryan Kilpatrick to speak to it a little bit more, and give you a little bit more information. But properties that are equal to or less than $180,000 in their true cash value, just for 2 units, those are the ones that likely development might happen on, because based on their return of investment, they wouldn't be able to pay too much, right, for the property as it is in order for them to do anything on it. So, and again, I'm going to turn it over when I'm finished with this for
Jenna,
Ryan to
I think
talk
Scott's
about
got a question for you, and I do too. If you don't ask the same one I do, I have one for you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when you're explaining non-conforming, could you explain to the public and the people that are listening on television and in the room what you mean by non-conforming?
So non-conforming means that it is not that it doesn't meet the standards. So it was done prior to the standards being implemented. So there are homes that don't meet the standards. And so if these standards were to be adopted, then those homes would become conforming, meaning that they would be adhering to the standards of the ordinance.
Thank you.
I did have a different question than you did, Scott. When we're looking at that last column, the 70 properties that are less than or equal to $100,000 or 180,000 true cash value, does that include the 44 existing, or are they two separate numbers? So I'm curious if that's 70 additional properties, or are some of those properties that are 180,000 true cash value already 2-unit properties?
So that is based on, that's a good question. So the true cash value number is based on the 4,050 requirements. So I guess it would be inclusive of it, because those properties would be part of the ones that would be.
I don't want to
So
put you on the spot, but
potentially.
that's a number that I think is an important number to know, because I think that's helpful in determining what the additional number of 2-unit parcels there might be. In other words, the number that might convert, the number that are 180,000 true cash value that are single-family units that might convert to 2-family units. Because I don't know, or I can't tell from this whether those $180,000 properties are single-family residential or 2 units already. I guess that's what my question is.
And I think, Mr. Mayor, those numbers correspond to the other number. They're not cross-referenced, but what you're asking is, and I think we can find that out, it's not here, is what's the hit percentage between those two?
Right, because one of the concerns that
I just want to clarify what you're asking so that we can
Right,
investigate that more.
Exactly. I want to know if all 70 of those properties that are $180,000 true cash value that meet the criteria in terms of lot size, if all of those are currently single-family residential, well, then what we've been told is that the likelihood is that those are the ones that are ripe for switching to 2-family. And so that is going to greatly increase the likelihood that the numbers are going to go up, because one of the things that we're hearing from the public is a concern about a great increase in density. And we heard from one of the commenters tonight, who was on the planning commission, who said we're talking about a 3% increase in density, and where that number came from, I believe, is in the middle column here, where you go from 7% existing to 10% existing, is I believe the 3% that he was talking about. What I'm curious about is, of these 70 that we're talking about that are potentially ones that would be financially feasible properties to switch from single family to 2-family, how many of those are already 2 families? I don't know whether that number is 0 or some number greater than that, and I think that's an important number for council to know.
Sure.
So, great, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, one more question. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Scott. Just because as we're going through this, I know we're going to forget if we don't ask you questions as you're bringing them up, so these issues up. So, in November 2020, we're looking at a total square foot lot of 6,500, and we're looking at an existing 9,600 and a proposed of 8,000, correct? That's what's being proposed, 8,000 square feet for 2-unit parcel.
Yes, versus the
So if-
November. Yeah.
If, let's say something was short of that 8,000, just slightly short, what would be the process for a homeowner to apply for and say, it conforms with the rest of the properties around me, or similar to the properties around me? That's the only thing I'm missing in this category. Can they apply for a variance? Or
Anyone can
an
apply
exemption?
for a variance. The likelihood that they'll receive a variance is very slim, because it would have to be based on a hardship and other criteria that the Board of Appeals would look at. But yeah, I mean, that it's 8,000, so it's 4,000 square feet per unit, so shy even, a quarter still doesn't meet it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then looking at the existing, so that the standard is 4,800 square feet per unit. So that's 9,600 square feet for the 2 units. Right now, the street frontage width is 60. 171 our properties are currently eligible. 7%, that's 7% of the TNR properties, so that's exactly what that 3% is in terms of the eligibility that Mr. DeBlock had stated. And then the existing properties that meet this criteria with 2 units is 28, and there are 3 vacant properties that meet this criteria, and then 50 are equal to or less than that 180,000 true cash value. Again, in November of 2020, that 3,250 square foot per unit was being proposed. So that did raise the eligibility up to 881 properties, which was 37%. So that was a 30% increase from the existing 7%. Existing properties meeting the criteria with 2 units is 90. There are 7 vacant properties that meet that criteria, and 532 properties were equal to or less than that true cash value. Additionally, as I mentioned, we looked at 3,500 square feet with the 50-foot width. 432 properties were eligible. That brought it down to 18%. 57 of them are existing with 2 units, 5 vacant properties, and 170 true cash value. So as I said, I do have maps here, so I can point out a couple of items. The biggest changes would be occurring in the 2 units, but in a moment I'll get into the 3 and 4 units as well. So here you can see that based on what's being proposed and then what is existing, there's not really a good way to, to compare these two other than me kind of flipping back and forth. So what I've done is I can highlight some of the areas where there would be a change. So 9th Street, if you notice, between Washington and Maple, there would be a couple more that would be eligible there. 11th between Washington and Maple, same there, a couple more. 12th Street between Washington and Maple as well. 15th and 17th between Maple and Pine, there's a couple more. 18th between Pine and River, a couple more. 20th and 21st between Pine and River, and then can't read my own. A couple along State Street that have been added. So they're really, again, if we compare with what is existing to what is being proposed, it's really not a very drastic change. You can see basically they're in the kind of middle of the TNR district and not in like clusters. So kind of dispersed through there.
Quincy.
Is there not a way to overlay this, Keith? I guess I don't know if this would be a question for Keith. Is there not a way to overlay this?
There is a way to overlay
Yeah,
it.
Because there's a lot of ways we can overlay. What exactly is it that you're looking for, I guess?
Both of these slides combined, overlaid?
Well, they are already overlaid, so there's a lot of properties that are highlighted in both slides. So
I guess I'm looking for an overlaid with layers to see this. Flipping back and forth doesn't do anything for me to get a visual.
So, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to understand, because if we overlay it, it's gonna, like most of these, what you're seeing is there's a property that's marked on both maps.
That's fine. Then, I mean, on the
Which is
overlay,
what
then we
do.
can.
So are
we
you
can-
looking for one that possibly is, if it's on one map and if it's on both maps, don't show it?
If it's on
And
both
are
maps.
you, and are you looking that possibly, you're only looking for the properties, like Jenna, can you go back several slides?
I think I know what you're looking for, Quincy. I think what you're looking for is an overlay that shows you what are the
That
new
should-
properties that, under the proposal, that would
Right.
be allowed to be two families that are not under the existing.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's what I was, so Quincy, like, what this graph basically says is that currently there's 7% eligible, and it goes to 10%. So there's 171 parcels that are on both. Are you asking, you just want a slide that shows just where the 77 parcels are that get added?
Let me ask this. Is there any way to show everything that's on both of those slides? Color legend showing this color. We have houses on both of these slides. I think a really detailed color legend would dictate and show all that stuff that's on both of those slides. Showing this lot here is on both of these slides. It'll be in the proposed and it's in what's current. Does that make sense or no?
I think so,
Yes.
but is that's kind of what's already there, because if you look at one of the maps, like it has like a lot of different legends already up in the right-hand corner. So in a way, we've kind of already done that, Quincy, and we understand, right? That's kind of complicated. So that's why I asked, do you want a slide that just shows
Yeah, I'd like
the
something
change?
different. I'd like something different.
Okay,
But
so can I?
Yeah,
can I
go
say-
ahead.
So I think, something that we could do with the legend and whatnot, is maybe just looking at the eligible properties rather than existing 2 units. If you look at the map in front of you, right now we have existing 2 units, vacant parcels, the TCV and everything. If we were to just focus on the eligible based on the 4,000 square feet and eligible based on the 4,800 square feet.
I think that would be good.
Okay, that would be great.
And if you think of other options as well, yeah, put them all out there.
Yeah, because it is important, I think, to know those other numbers. Quincy, we went through this on the planning commission level. We had paper copies of these that we were kind of able to overlay as well. One of the things, and I think that you're probably getting at this, and if you're not, you're going to, which is we were looking at how they're clustered, how the eligible properties and the likely properties are clustered. Are there going to be a lot of these in the same neighborhood? Are there going to be a lot of these in the same block? Those were things that planning commission looked at through multiple variations of the lot sizes that are here. So I think
Yes.
that's an important thing to be able to see. Mike?
And I'm
Thanks.
going to show my age here just a little bit, because I'm going to say, if you have your base unit of existing, and remember the old term Mylar, you put the Mylar right over the top of that, you'll definitely be able to see.
That's kind of what I was thinking along those. My
Again, I'm showing
grandpa,
my age, but-
my grandpa told me about Mylars, so yeah.
So we don't have Mylar. We could.
Some sort of transparent.
Yeah, we called them transparencies when I was in school.
transparency,
Yeah.
Mylar, transparency.
I have one question, though.
Yeah. A paper, and Nikki would love a paper
I
copy.
mean, just showing my age, it's nice to have this stuff spread out in front of you, Mylar or no Mylar.
Okay, so this whole presentation will be provided to you in your after meeting packet.
Okay.
Yeah, we're slow.
And any other questions while we're in the midst of interrupting Jenna? Yeah, Quincy.
So there's and I forget what this is called, but we can overlay the city. You know what that's called? No, they do it over, I want to say in roads, in the roads department.
Yeah, I mean, we
Well,
use
all of this
GIS.
is in- yeah.
We use a software called GIS.
Yes,
graphic-
that's what I was thinking. GIS.
Geographic
That's what
Information
this is.
System.
Okay.
So this is what this is, and
Okay.
that's what, and so the point that we're just trying to make is that when you have too much information on one map, it's very messy and it's hard to read, color legends or not, right? especially in terms of providing it on a PowerPoint like this. Like, I mean, we could definitely get printed out for you, big, huge, poster-sized maps, and that, you'd be able to see that a little bit clearer. But I also think that maybe some of the information is a little bit, not necessarily needed for what precisely you are looking for. So again, we'll play around with it and get you guys something.
Thank you.
One thing, Quincy, would it be helpful, and Jenna, for you as well, because I'm trying to discern through what's the best way to be able to get information to council. Questions about what information you'd want to see on the map. So in other words, if you said, hey, there's a 77 property difference between what's existing and what's proposed in TRN, can you show me a map of where those 77 properties are? I mean, is that the kind of thing that you're?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to understand.
Yep.
And may I ask one more question?
Yeah, go ahead,
That
Nikki.
previous graph, we only really are looking at proposed and what exists now. The November 2020 and the.
No, so these were 4 different options that were provided to the Planning Commission. So the first one is what they ended up proposing, which is the 4,000 square feet.
Yeah.
The second one is existing, so that was an option also, don't do anything, keep it as it is. The third one was the option that was proposed by Planning Commission earlier before we received the public comment, which was in December, and then the additional means that it was another option that was considered, that we did the workup on as another option, but that ultimately Planning Commission chose the 4,000 square foot one, based on the numbers, based on the small percentage increase, et cetera, et cetera.
So this is it's kind of a history of what happened.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
But
what
our
was
layering
requested,
of
was the
Mylar
analysis.
is really, we're looking at proposed, the top one.
Against the-
Well, no, I think what Quincy is getting at is between the existing and the proposed.
Right.
Yes, I mean, the existing, the proposed, but we aren't really considering the additional.
Yeah, Planning Commission
Public comment.
Planning Commission considered the additional, didn't choose to go with it.
Right, okay.
Made the proposal of the November 2020 one, and then sent postcards out to the community saying, hey, this is what we're proposing, what do you think? Planning Commission received a lot of feedback from the community, and then moved from the November 2020 up to the top row, which is the proposed. So that was the change that's been made by Planning Commission
So
since
for our
November.
purposes, we really want to
You,
compare the top.
What I hear most clearly is yes, we can work on more things, but I think the one that's most helpful that isn't there yet from Quincy and others is just show us the difference between existing and proposed in one shot. Simple. Because we can make it really confusing with a lot of things, and sometimes if you have that, but then you kind of boil that down to one shot that just shows here's the change. So we absolutely can do that, and we'd be happy to share that.
I'm going to go with Mr. Trethui first, just because of his age, and then and then we'll go with Mr. Byrd.
Pick on the old guy.
All right.
It's going to be, yeah, thanks. It's probably going to be a discussion later, Jen, but I guess I need to know right now, what was the magic for the 50 feet as opposed to staying with the 60? And since you're working on things anyway, and you got all kinds of time in the world, I know Keith said that, if you could show me what the difference, the reduction or the addition would be if you went to the 60-foot with your proposed 40?
Yeah, so I can tell you that the rationale was that there really wouldn't be much of a change between the 50 and the 60, and looking at the size of lots, 132 feet deep, and generally like about 50 feet in width. So that's where it came from, but absolutely I can show you the differences between the 60 and the 50.
Quincy?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that slide that showed all the 4 different variations of what we're going through. This was something that I had talked about with Mayor, and I think it's important for everyone to see where we started and where we are today. So it just helps if it's muddy in some situations, it clears up from where we were to where we are right now. So, and for me, it helps me understand as well. So thanks for this additional slide. Even though we're not going to be working on all of this, it helps clear up the big picture.
Sure, absolutely. And that was the request, really, was what was the process that Planning Commission went through in order to make their proposal, and this was the process, so. Okay, are we ready to move on?
One more from Raul.
Oh, okay, sorry, Rob.
Wait, I don't want to get ahead of, the kind of your presentation, but, kind of in the discussion with the maps, are 3 and 4 units included in this number, like they're part of this potential, or that's separate?
That's separate. Next.
The next, right. So then when we're talking about the map, does it get too complicated to add those? Because those are all additional then properties, right? I mean, all together. Not many. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at it.
Because essentially it'd be 3 different colors, right? I'm thinking the 2 units, the 3 units, and the 4 units, and those are just additional properties as opposed to what's current.
We'll
Right.
play with it, and not only do we have Alex that does a great job at it, but I know someone on staff that I work a lot with that actually teaches classes about GIS and presenting information.
He looks really excited back there.
So let us play with it, and I do really think that one slide that shows the changes, and then like if we show the changes of 2 units in one color, the changes of 3 units in another color, and the changes in 4 units in another color, I think that's probably, if you understand kind of how we get there, that's probably going to be the most powerful slide that you can, because at some point you can't wrap your head around, there's too much stuff going on. But we'll be happy to do that, Raul and Quincy and others.
Yeah, and specifically if we concentrate on the new ones, that's not an issue at all. The issue then arises, though, if we are trying to take one map and all of its contents and overlay it with 2 other maps. So, so that won't be an issue.
And one other piece of clarification that is, if a property qualifies as a 4-unit, it would also qualify as a 3-unit. If it qualifies as a 3-unit, it would also qualify as a 2-unit. So it's another thing for us to keep in mind as well.
I was gonna ask something about, in this area, there are 4-unit rentals?
Yes.
But do we see those here?
We're about to get there.
Okay.
So I wanted to just ask, though, whether or not you wanted to see the maps of the other 2 analysis. So this was the November 2020, so you can see that it's considerably different than the existing, as well as the proposed. And then this was a 3,500, so not quite as drastic, but still a bit more than the proposed. So getting into the 3 units, let me know whether or not you want me to walk through all of these numbers with you, or if you'd rather me just kind of go to the maps. Which one is most beneficial for you?
I don't think we need to walk through them, but I'd like.
I think they're saying go to the maps.
I'd like a copy at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have one thing.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I'd like to go to the maps too, but there are people who are watching who may not know this information. So I think it might be wise for us to actually go through these numbers. Sorry.
And maybe a compromise. I think the most important numbers are the percentage of properties and the number of properties, Jenna. So maybe if you can just do that.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Sure. Okay, so being proposed at the 4,000 square foot, again, this is for the 3 units. So that would be 63 eligible properties, which is 3% of the total TNR properties. Existing at the 4,800 square foot per unit, 31 properties are eligible, and that's 1% of the TNR properties. So that, again, is a 2% increase being proposed. November 2020, that was the 3,250 square foot, and that is 167 eligible properties, which jumped up that percentage to 7%. And then that additional category of the 3,500 square foot per unit made that 132 eligible properties and 5% of the TNR properties.
Question, Scott?
Yes, thank you. Is this the 3% Mr. DeBlock was speaking to?
No, he was speaking to the 2 units that we just
Thank you.
looked at, that went from 7% of the properties to 10%.
And I'm sure everybody else here can do the math that I always have difficulty with, but there's a total of what, 3,200 and some odd properties total that we're talking about in this neighborhood, correct?
Are those
I'm
in the
sorry to
maps
hit you up
by
with
any
that
chance?
specific number. I used to know it, but I don't anymore. Because we're looking at, if 31 eligible properties is 1%, if you multiply that out, that's 31 or 3,200. I know we did some rounding on this.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the
Okay, yeah, it's in the
number.
neighborhood. Yep. Sorry about that. Keep going.
Sure, no problem. But I can definitely get that number for you and let you know. Okay, so going to the maps again, this is what is being proposed and versus what is existing. So again, I do have some written down. There's 2 on 10th between Washington and Maple, 1 on 12th between Washington and Maple, 2 on 12th between Maple and Pine, and then a couple between 16th and 20th and Lincoln and Fairbanks. And what you can see is already an existing cluster of properties that would be eligible for 3 units.
So another overlay might be the,
Newly eligible?
yes, you know, the 2 units and then the 3 units and where they all fit together.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Exactly.
So, and wrap.
So this is that 3250 that was being proposed initially before public comment. So you can see the difference there. And then that was that 3,500 that was considered by planning commissioners. So moving on to 4 units. So for the 4,000 square foot, which is being proposed, that would make 23 eligible properties. That percentage is 1%. Existing 4,800 square foot per unit, 15 eligible properties. That's also 1%. And again, these numbers were rounded. The 3,250 per unit, that was 52, which brought that up to 2%. And that additional 3,500 square foot per unit analysis, that's 32 eligible and 1%. Looking at the maps for the 4 units, this again is what's being proposed. And this is what's existing. I could tell you, so like the corner of Maple and 11th, there's one. Corner of 22nd and Washington, 24th between Central and State, and then a couple in that cluster area, 16th and 22nd, Lincoln and Fairbanks. So very minimal difference here, proposed, existing. 3,250, that brought it, had a bit more of a increase. And then the 3,500 had a bit more of an increase as well, but not very significant. So that is what I have for you in terms of the TNR. Like I said, I would like it, it's up to you if you want that information, but for Ryan Kilpatrick from Housing Next to come up and kind of talk in terms of that true cash value and in terms of the housing needs, and certainly to answer any questions that you might have about, the why, the housing, those kinds of specifics.
Questions, anybody? Yeah, Raul.
Yeah, a little bit of math. I don't know who would do this if you want to do this, or one of you. But total number of units, if all three potential, right, or potential for 3 unit places and 4, like how many total units? So not just properties, but how many total units could that provide? I mean, would we be able to pull that from those numbers that you just kind of talked through? And well,
Yeah,
it'd take a little bit of time, but
we can extrapolate that. Now, again, and I think Housing Next is going to talk about that in a moment. What we can provide is we can provide kind of the maximum that would happen, right? And the maximum that can happen, we know basically in planning and zoning is the maximum is not going to happen.
right.
But yeah, I think we can do that, Raul. So when we do the maps, we'll also, so I'm sure someone's taking a good note on that and they'll help me. We can extrapolate that for you.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you, Jenna.
Absolutely, thank you. And again, it continues, so once your, conversation goes wherever you want it to go, we do have more slides for you.
In other words, Jenna will be back.
Evening, Ryan.
Evening. Thank you for having me again. Appreciate it. Ryan Kilpatrick, Housing Next. All of you know that I also do some work in the Economic Development Department upstairs on the second floor. I'm not here in my economic development capacity tonight. I'm here as a representative of Housing Next and on behalf of the board. Jenna asked me to attend tonight because I was providing some market-based information to the Planning Commission while they were evaluating what's the right number, what's possible in the market. And I think what's important first to talk about is that $180,000 number and why that was the number that we used to measure what's the likelihood of a property actually converting. And so what we looked at was what's the average rental rate in the neighborhood today. So what is it likely that a landlord would get, whether it's an owner-occupied property or an investor who doesn't live in the community? How much rent are they likely to get? And then we look forward 10 years. So over a 10-year period of time, if they rented 2 units at the typical rental income for a 2-bedroom apartment. And then we factor in the cost of management and the cost of maintenance and repairs and the costs of vacancies, which is what a traditional real estate investor is going to do. What can they actually afford to spend in order to get a reasonable rate of return? And by reasonable rate of return, we're estimating a 5% return on investment. And so now there are 25 different ways that we can put that math together. So it all depends on how much equity you invest versus how much debt you take out, and those change your cash on cash return on investment versus your overall return on equity. So know that the $180,000 is based on a handful of assumptions that you could change in a couple of different ways. But what we did is we used some very conservative assumptions based on a relatively conservative investor who's not looking for a high rate of return. A 5% rate of return in real estate is pretty low. Typically, people are looking for an 8 to 12% rate of return on a product like this. For a bigger multifamily product with more risk, they're looking for something closer to 15 to 20% rate of return. So 5% is pretty conservative. So using that math, we derived the number of $180,000 in upfront costs to buy a single-family house. And then it's likely going to cost another $30,000 to $40,000 of investment into that house in order to add another dwelling unit. So what you have to do is put up a demising wall so that you can separate one unit from the other. You have to add a full kitchen. Anybody that has hired a contractor recently or paid for anything at Home Depot recently knows that the cost of construction continues to rise. So we're estimating that the cost to convert a portion of a house into a second dwelling unit is likely to cost about $30,000 to $40,000. And so when you look at that total cost, now we're up to about $220,000 in total investment. At a typical rental rate of about $1,100 to $1,200 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment. Again, that's kind of a high rent rate. We're not talking about getting super affordable units here. These are $1,200 a month units at 2 bedrooms apiece. You can't afford to spend more than $230,000 in total on the product and still make any money. So as an investor, it doesn't make sense for somebody to come in and buy an existing $230,000 single-family home and then put another $30,000 into the home and expect to earn any return on investment out of trying to create a new 2-unit dwelling on the property. Now, as an owner-occupant, if you were to buy the house and say, I'm going to move in, and then I'm going to add an apartment upstairs, the math changes a little bit, right? So you might be able to justify that because what you're doing is paying down a portion of your mortgage with your renter upstairs. But in that instance, you then have the owner-occupant on site. And so even though the investment math changes, the owner-occupancy equation becomes a benefit to the property. But one thing that I wanted to make sure that I say is I think we've gotten a lot of good public comment over the course of this process at the Planning Commission level and here. And what I have observed as a relative outsider to the process is that for the most part, what I saw from the Planning Commission and what I heard from the public was generally the same trajectory. Everybody wanted to make sure that we were maintaining stable, vibrant, diverse neighborhoods, and that we were enhancing property value, not deteriorating property values. And so it's important to unpack a little bit why I think generally in the US and especially in the Midwest, we have this, this bias against rental property and bias against additional density and where that comes from. Because I think it's a very rational concern based on the experiences that we've had, especially in urban communities. And Holland is just as urban as many neighborhoods in Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo in a lot of ways. And essentially what hested is in the 1950s, we started to heavily invest in the suburbanization of our communities. And what that did is it essentially opened up the drain plug in the bathtub in terms of wealth and investment. It really encouraged a lot of people who wanted to generate wealth and generate more investment to leave our cities and move out into the suburbs. And what that triggered was a decline in property values. So the decline in property values happened before we had rentals in our neighborhoods, before we had a lot of rentals. But what then happened was it was exceedingly difficult to get a mortgage in those more urban neighborhoods because property values were declining. Banks weren't interested in investing in a mortgage when the property didn't appraise for what it was selling for. But you had investors who were willing to come in knowing that they could rent those properties even though homeowners couldn't get a mortgage. And so the cycle of disinvestment begat renters rather than the reverse. And so it's important to understand where we are today in the cyclical housing market that we have, is we're seeing ever increasing property values, which is a significant hedge against rentals. So as property values go up, it's much less likely that you're going to get more rentals because it's much less likely that investors can make money off of those rentals. What's more likely is that homeowners will be able to leverage a mortgage at a lower interest rate for a longer amortization period than any investor can get in the market. Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae subsidize mortgages in a way that it makes it very cheap for those of us who are homeowners to get low interest long-term debt that most investors can't get. And so as property values rise, in Holland right now we're up to $235,000 as our median sale price in the city. As those values rise, it's more and more difficult for those properties to become eligible as investment properties because it's more difficult to make money. You're going to get outbid by somebody who's willing to pay all cash as a homeowner in those properties. And that's what we're seeing today, is we're seeing 10 or 15 bids on properties that are going $15,000 and $20,000 over asking price because we have folks who are desperate to buy houses in the community that they want to live in and be owner occupants in. And so all of that is to say that, as I've heard articulated a couple of times before, even though the zoning ordinance allows for it, that doesn't mean the market is going to produce those results. The market is going to do what the market is incentivized to do, and right now it's heavily incentivizing home ownership. And so that's the product we're likely to get a lot more of. Now, as Housing Next, and I'll stop in just a minute, but this is the last point. As Housing Next, what we're trying to encourage is a hedge against conversion of 100% of properties to home ownership. While it's great for those homeowners to have a home that they can build wealth in, what we begin to do we've seen over the last 6 years, I think 18 multifamily properties converted to single family home ownership. And we had 0 properties convert from single family to something other than single family, 2-family or multifamily. We're seeing at the beginning of a trend as we've come out of the recession toward single family home ownership. And the concern is that many of our neighborhoods around Holland are going to become more exclusive and more difficult for younger renters or older renters who want to downsize into something that they don't have to take out a mortgage on, to live in the neighborhoods that they grew up in or to live in neighborhoods that are close to work. And so I think that the proposal that the Planning Commission has passed on to you is an important compromise, right? As Housing Next, we wanted to see more. We wanted to see more opportunities for those kinds of conversions because we knew that the market wasn't favoring those. And so the more that were possible meant we might actually get a handful. But all that being said, as we look at the overall scope of the housing need across not only the city of Holland, but Southwest Ottawa County and Ottawa County as a whole, the vast majority of those housing units are going to be provided on greenfield development sites or on brownfield development sites where we're building 50 or 60 or 100 units at a time outside of these core neighborhoods that we're talking about. Those projects aren't going to happen in the LDR or the TNR districts. Those are going to happen on your commercial corridors, and that's why it's so important that the GMU and the NMU and the CMU districts and the RMU districts have all been embedded here because you're creating all those opportunities for new walkable, mixed-use, urban, amenity-rich neighborhoods, which is why people want to be in the TNR district and the R1 or LDR district in the first place.
I want to just.
Sorry.
You just used the whole alphabet soup of acronyms that I know I was able to follow. Lynn and maybe Scott were able to follow.
Yep.
I'm not sure everybody else around the table, and certainly the people at home, when you talk about GMU, CMU, NMU, letting people know what those things mean and why it's important to the discussion that you're having right now.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping me there. So you have a slide? Fantastic, because I might not get it all right. I know GMU is the Greenfield Mixed Use District, which is the district that is just east of Waverly Avenue and primarily includes the area between 16th and 24th Street, but also includes, I think, a little bit more property. And that's mostly big open vacant swaths of land that are close to Van Royalty Farm Park. You've got the NMU district, and that's way too small for me to effectively use. But I think NMU includes Lincoln Avenue, where you've got a lot of older commercial retail, kind of really light industrial, dry cleaners, stuff like that, that may not be viable retail or commercial use going forward another decade, right? As we're seeing a shift in the retail market and a shift in the commercial market in general, as a response to the pandemic and as a response to online shopping and all kinds of other trends, those commercial corridors could become higher density residential corridors that also happen to support bakeries and coffee shops and restaurants and cafes. Same thing, the CMU district, that's the commercial mixed use district, which I think is primarily Michigan and Washington.
Yeah, but it's actually the corridor mixed use.
Corridor mixed use. I've been saying it wrong for a long time. That one, again, it's older retail, it's strip malls, it's typically properties that are about an acre in size, maybe a little bit larger. You've got auto body shops, you've got muffler repair shops. Those are great sites that we could put 30 or 40 or 50 units on and park everything, and it's got access to mass transit. Those are great opportunities to add additional residential density and not in our traditional neighborhoods. And so that's where the vast majority of new housing is going to get built. But what we also want to encourage is that people have choices across every neighborhood. That if I want to rent an apartment, I don't have to live on a commercial corridor, or I don't have to live in a big 100-unit multiplex. I also have opportunities that are embedded in the neighborhood. I might be able to live down the street from my grandma and walk over and change the cat litter once a week. Those kinds of communal opportunities to embed other housing options into traditional neighborhoods are helpful to relationships. They're helpful to community dynamism. They're helpful to have more diversity in neighborhoods. And so the question is really, how much of that do you want, and how much do you want to regulate it? And I think one of the things that I've heard tonight is, and I think we've heard at other meetings, is how do we know when enough is enough or when too much is too much, right? Where do we draw the line? And I think that as proposed, you've got some pretty clear, bright lines where you're not going to get a lot of it. But I think that you've got other code on the books that would give you opportunities to draw those clear, bright lines and sort of specify we'll have no more than X number and really try it out, right? Go through a pilot phase and experiment with how this actually works in the neighborhoods. But then the last thing I'll say, and I know I said the last thing a couple of minutes ago and then just kept rambling, but it's important to recognize that we've got close to 4,000 additional housing units coming online. They're either in the planning or construction phase right now. And a significant chunk of those are in Holland Charter Township. Holland Charter Township is taking on a vast bulk of the new housing supply that's coming online with big multifamily projects, and they've been good partners. And so I don't see, what I'm hoping here, knock on wood, is that we have really gotten a lot of the new multifamily product into the pipeline that the city and that Southwest Ottawa County needs for the next 3 or 4, maybe 5 years or longer. And we're not gonna see another big tranche of multifamily investment until all of that product that we've already planned for and designed and got financed and approved gets fully built and fully leased up, and we know what our vacancy rates are. Because I think once all of that product gets built, we're gonna have to see, does it all lease up? Does the property cash flow? Are people willing to pay the rents that they actually need in order to cover their debt service? And we might be 5 or 6 years out before there's a lot of additional demand beyond what's already been built.
Questions for Ryan? Yeah, Lynn.
So, a concern that's been expressed several times is this idea of a density changing the character of a neighborhood. And that, in fact, I think somebody said tonight, it would in fact destroy the character of the neighborhood. Can you, and maybe Chris and Jenna can jump in too here, but can you talk a little bit about how this will benefit a neighborhood? I know you've addressed it a little bit, but just talking about what kind of protections are in place to ensure that the character of a neighborhood is maintained.
Sure, yeah. I'm gonna say like one thing and then I'm gonna pass it to Chris and Jen. As you've seen tonight, the relative increase of potentially eligible properties is very low compared to what's otherwise possible, right? We saw a 3% increase for 2-family dwelling units, and I think a 2% increase for 3-family dwelling units, and a 1% increase for 4. So the overall potential number of changes that could happen in the districts are relatively low in terms of numbers. But then what's also being talked about is the way that setbacks and form standards are being implemented. Nobody's gonna be allowed to build a overly large structure that has more massing than the neighboring structure by 150% or something. The structures that get built or that get added onto or that get converted are gonna be very similar to the structures that are already in the neighborhood, because I think those standards are embedded in the code. But you guys know that better than I do.
Yeah, Scott.
Real quick before Ryan leaves though, are you gonna come back?
I'm here all night.
So if the question was being,
Yeah, if Chris
yep,
and
sure.
Jenna are gonna.
Thank you, as long as he's coming back, so.
Sure.
Yeah, I have a few things to add. I mean, it's kind of a two-part question, right, Lynn? The first part was, how could this be good for a neighborhood? And I think that it's well taken, the point is well taken from the public, and even Ryan made this point, and I agree with it, that there is such a thing as too much turnover and too much conversion. But there's also such a thing as not enough, right? As a population within a neighborhood that can't support the neighborhood businesses, that can't, that doesn't generate the customers for the downtown, that results in the population of the community stagnating. So we need opportunities in a community that is nearing build-out status to continue to grow, right? And to continue to attract young people, and to continue to house its workforce, right? Which we know is a concern with our growing companies. To the second part of the question, which is how are we protecting the character in Udo as drafted? There's a couple things in there. One is that there are, and these are actually standards that are in the ordinance now, regulations on things like where parking can be located and how much of a lot can be paved. Those are both controls on the character if there is an increase in the number of housing units on a lot, but there are also restrictions on which lots above and beyond what we were talking about tonight can convert and add units, because certain lots simply will not be able to fit the requirements. And the other one, and I really, this is the big one, and again, this is also something that's in your ordinance now, is the infill design review process. Every time a lot adds housing units, in the TNR district, the infill design review process is required. And that means running the actual design of the building through a process with the Community and Neighborhood Services Department, and a process that could be appealed to the Planning Commission, to make sure the physical design of the alterations to the building are consistent with the character of the surroundings. I think that is a big control you've got in your current ordinance that you would continue to have. And then finally, before we move on, I actually do have an answer to. Yeah?
Also, if you could mention setbacks.
Sure.
Setback standards.
We also have setback requirements, as most zoning districts do, right? In the TNR district, and I believe, these are changed from the current ordinance, correct?
Slightly, so
Okay.
I believe just that.
That's the only one that's changed. Okay, so, and the setback requirements, just to go through them so everyone has them in their head. The front setback requirement in TNR, and this is the same as your RTRN district right now, is 10 feet. So that's distance back from the sidewalk. Somebody, yeah, okay. Jenda's notes say that was the same. The side setback has been reduced from a 7-foot requirement to a 5-foot requirement, as far as being proposed in Udo. The rear setback is currently 25 feet and is also proposed to be 25 feet, so that's the backyard, minimum backyard. And then off a secondary street, so if you have a corner lot, the 7-foot setback still applies.
Sorry, and also just to clarify, that's the setback from the property line. So each building then, would need to comply with that. So then, technically you would have, 10 feet between houses, for instance, which is the requirement. Now, granted, there are a lot of homes that do not meet this right now because they, like we mentioned before, they're legally non-conforming until they do, but when they do something new, so if they were to add or convert, then they would have to comply with the standards.
It's also worth noting, of course, those are the minimums. And especially when it comes to side setback and houses that want driveways, that need those parking spaces if they're going to add dwelling units, they're not going to have a 5-foot side setback. They're going to have a driveway, which is going to be, well, there's a minimum driveway width too, so it's probably going to be more like a 12 to 14-foot side setback to fit the driveway. I did also, while I have the floor, there was a question earlier about the potential number of additional housing units that could be added, and I did do the math quickly during Ryan's presentation. The assuming, and this is not necessarily a realistic assumption, at least not in the short term, but assuming that everybody in the TNR district maxed out their density allowance under UDO, there would be an increase of 194 dwelling units over what would happen if everyone maxed out their density allowance under the current ordinance. So there's between UDO and the current ordinance in terms of total max density in TNR is 194 dwelling units. If you just apply that to the $180,000 properties, where we think this is more realistic, is an increase of 59 housing units, neighborhood-wide.
And also, the historic district has a role in reviewing anything happening in that area, right?
Yes, that's correct. Anything in the historic district also has to go through historic district commission review separately and in addition to.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, I have a question that's been rolling around in my head for some time, and it has to do with the density of rental units. And Ryan, you referenced that just a moment ago, so it came back into focus for me. I don't think anyone would disagree that there's a need for rental properties. Homeownership isn't for everyone. That was established in 2010 in the Neighborhood Improvement Committee's comments. Just economically, it isn't feasible for everyone to own a home. New urbanists, as far back as I can remember, have always been advocates of integrated neighborhoods in the broadest sense of that word. So I don't think anyone else would dispute that fact. The question that comes to my mind is where that reality lies in tension with home ownership, single-family home ownership. And what's the magic number that we reach in rental properties where it's enough, as you said? I don't know that there is that number. We've talked about goals in the past, but we've never established that. Is it a matter of whatever the markets will bear? That's the magic number. we've had discussions, so many discussions over the years about the balance between those two and the effects of both of them on neighborhoods. And I'm kind of, in this discussion, living in that tension between the two. So I don't know if you all have had an epiphany at some point or not and know that number, or a sense of what that number is, even generally speaking, that can ease my mind a bit. But anybody who wants to go for that.
So I would love it if there was the magic number. There's actually been a fair amount of research into this, and evidence is inconclusive. There are communities that establish goals for homeownership. They're typically around 60 to 70% of overall mix, but they're not rooted in any kind of peer-reviewed data source or research. There is, though, good research, I don't know if that's me, that talks about, and I'm jumping here based on what I think we want when we talk about the rate of homeownership, which I think tends to be neighborhood stability and community, knowing your neighbors, those kinds of things that I think tend to be our priorities as opposed to transients or problem neighbors, right? And so we make some assumptions about who renters are and how they function in the neighborhood. But there's some really good research that's been done by Robert Putnam, which was first published in Bowling Alone, and he's then written a couple of books since then, where he talks about those neighborhood connections being the most important things, the opportunities to have those casual interactions with your neighbors, where you see them at the post office, and then you see them again at the coffee shop, or you see them at the PTA meeting, and then you see them again at the soccer game. Those are the kinds of relationships that establish stability and that establish neighborliness, regardless of renter or homeowner. So that's a long non-answer to your request for an actual number, but I've kind of been looking for that too. Like, is there a number that we should be striving for? And there are communities that are predominantly rental that are functioning really well, and where renters have been there for 5 or 10 years straight, and a majority of renters aren't moving. And it's those communal, casual networks of relationships that make those neighborhoods stable. And so the question becomes, how do we design those experiences into our neighborhoods with intensity and intention, so that we're ensuring that neighbors don't just pull into their garage, close the garage door, and go into the house and never see each other?
Okay, that was a good try.
Scott, I didn't mean to skip over you there. I apologize for that.
That's right, and then actually some of the questions have been answered, or at least some part of it's been answered, but I struggle with the same thing, Councilman Hoekstra, with, this balance. I have 2 children that just bought homes, sold homes, but they made a lot of money off the homes they sold, but had to pay a lot more money for the homes they bought. And they want home ownership, and there's a lot of people who want home ownership. So that balance, right? There are still families or couples or individuals who want to have home ownership. And we take that off the market, that's going to be very difficult. If we're taking these places off the market, converting them over, and then they don't become available any longer. It's very difficult for that. So I think we really have to seriously think about what we're doing to the home ownership side of this thing and the single family owner in the city. But you mentioned where are other places doing this where home ownership, co-ownership, well, not co-ownership, but owning part of the home and renting a part of the home out? Where's this occurring across the country? Where are some best practices? I know this was done to kind of satisfy some of the questions or concerns by the public about these conversions. What did you use as a baseline to say it works in these other communities? Because what I'm hearing from other community members that live here now, they've come from other places like that, and they're scared. They're scared that they might come, they've just moved from one location to the other, and this location here is going to do exactly what they just done. So where are the best practices you're speaking of that we can look to for some guidance?
And I'm going to let them speak to that, Scott. And I think you probably have a list of questions, but I think it's easier if you ask one and then we answer it and then we come back to you, if that's okay.
You bet.
All right. So the first thing that I just want to say too is hold part of that question maybe because some of what you said applies also to a discussion that I think we're going to have a little bit later in the LDR district versus the TNR district. Is that okay if we kind of talk about that? Because it's,
No, I think it's
because
still-
what's proposed, I know it applies, but what's proposed in the LDR is different too than how it's applied in the TNR proposed. The other thing, and I just stepped back and talked to Mark about this, and everyone else, Jenna and Chris and Ryan, are probably going to say, what is Keith about to say? And they'll correct me, I'm sure, if I get it wrong. But, you know, when I take a look periodically at the numbers that come out, historically, I think we've trended as a community when you take a look at like census data, that we trend between about 30, maybe a little below 30% to maybe as a high at one point of about 35% of our population that were renters.
I heard 40.
We're 40%, correct?
That's what I understood.
Yeah, so we've trended between those numbers. And then as we've added, what's interesting, right, is that number as an overall community probably sometimes like that's not as germane, and Dave really got at that, where sometimes you got to kind of look at that where it's like within neighborhoods that percentage is different. So like as we've entering into and going through, like we're building larger units, you know, that kind of changes that calculation a little bit, like a Black River Flats or something, versus what happens in these neighborhoods. And I think one of those maps, Jenna, that had way too much information, and I'm joking there, I think some of that, it had like the number of rental that are currently rental units too. So when you get this packet of information, you can kind of get that sense. 36%.
That's as of the 2018. I don't know what the 2020 census is going to say.
So there, how do you guys want to answer Scott's question?
Yeah, so if I can just jump in and just kind of further clarify what Keith just said. Not that you didn't do a good job. But I think, Scott, when you just posed your question, you were speaking a bit about the owner-occupied elements, which is actually not on the table at all at this moment in this zone district that we've been talking about. So we have that presentation, you know, and we have that information for you for that conversation. So certainly, you know, Ryan can answer that question, and because I think that he's the better person to answer it. But I think, you know, maybe focusing though on the TNR side of things, rather than the LDR, which would be that owner-occupied component. And one other thing that I really just want to stress here and just, you know, remind you, I guess, on behalf of the Planning Commission, is that what we're looking here at is a 3% increase in the 2 units, and a much lesser increase, like less than 1%, for the 3 units and the 4 units. So when we talk about this balance between home ownership and rentals, Planning Commission very much considered that balance in making this proposal, with proposing a very minimal increase in eligibility.
And this will be helpful because I want you to remind me that I make sure that I get these numbers right, because there was another piece of this equation that really struck me in one of the Planning Commission meetings, and that was when I learned, I don't know who else learned it, the number of households or the percentage of households in the area that are simply limited to 2 adults, no children. And Ryan, I know you're going to know what those numbers are. At least I hope you do, because you were the one who told us in the first place.
Yeah, 67% of the households in the city of Holland are 1 or 2 adults with no children at home. And so that might be empty nesters, or it might be young professionals, or it might just be somebody who's been single their whole life and is happy to be that way, or just decided not to have kids. more than 2/3 of our population are households without children at home. And that's not to say that it's not really important to have larger single-family homes with 3 and 4 bedrooms to support those families that do have kids, because we want to support the school districts and we want to support all of the things that come along with having a family-friendly city. But not every housing unit in the city needs to be a large single-family home, because not every potential homeowner or renter needs that amount of space. And it might be that a lot of people want that amount of space, but what we're running into right now is, because we have this significant scarcity of housing, people have to make choices, right? They have to decide, am I going to share a house with somebody I don't know because that's my only opportunity to afford something? Or do I have some other kind of choice, a smaller dwelling unit, whether it's a house or a townhouse or an apartment or a condo? Are there those other choices that I can select from so that I can live in the city too on the budget that I have? A couple of things that I want to make sure to follow up with you on, Scott. I think it's a really important point about, and I've seen this commentary from the general public, and I think it's really astute. The idea that when we allow for more 2 and 3 and 4 family dwelling units, then we are by nature allowing for fewer single family homes. And I think what's important to understand about that characterization is we assume that anything other than a single family home won't be owner occupied. But we have lots of examples where 2 and 3 and 4 unit buildings are actually subdivided into condominiums, where what we can do, especially when they're purpose built, it's harder to do when you take an old house and you carve it up and then divide that into condos. We see that a bit in Grand Rapids, and it's a funky legal structure. It's not a great way to do things, but you can do it. But when you have a vacant lot that's got 50 feet of frontage and 132 feet of depth, and you can justify the parking and you can purpose build something that looks appropriate for the neighborhood, creating 2 townhouse units that are side by side, those can both be owner occupied. They can both serve families of 2 or 3 or 4 people quite well and still have a nice green space in the backyard and be walkable to parks. You can also do the same thing with a 3 or 4 unit dwelling where you've got stacked flats. And those might be more appropriate for young professionals or for empty nesters who want less maintenance and are willing to kind of sign into the condo association. And so the question becomes, where is the market, right? For all of this, what my driving perception of these conversations is, the regulatory code is one element of what we're looking at, but what the private sector is willing to actually invest in is the other segment of the market. And what we continue to see, especially over the last year, is the private sector is gangbusters for single-family homes. Because there's such a scarcity, and because the cost to build a new single-family home right now averages $350,000. And so we don't have a way with our vacant lots or with conversions of reducing that cost, right? That cost is going to continue to climb until there's an adjustment in the labor supply market and an adjustment in the materials supply market. So single-family homes are going to continue to get more expensive over the next 5 or 6 years. And so while it's an important and a laudable goal, we've also got to think about what are the other housing opportunities that we need to make sure are available in the market for those households that either don't want or can't afford a single-family house.
And Ryan, can you answer the question about where other locations in our vicinity that are doing this?
Yeah, well, not just in our vicinity, kind of all over the place. I think the examples from higher density, major metropolitan areas are a little bit apples and oranges, right? I really appreciated the comment from the gentleman from Seattle. And he knew a lot of statistics, right? He knew that there were 20,000 people per square mile. And that boils down to something like 42 units per acre when we really think about what's that level of density. Right now, the city of Holland has an average of 6 units per acre. And so if we increase that by 3%, we're at, 6.3% units per acre, right? We're not getting anywhere close to 42 units per acre. So I think it's important to compare Holland to the other markets that have done this. And I would compare it to Carmel, Indiana, to Cambridge, Massachusetts, to Bend, Oregon, to Madison, Wisconsin, even though Madison's kind of a bigger city. Those are more Midwest, smaller sized cities, college towns that have that historic character that is prized in the neighborhood. and have a significant amount of wealth in those communities. There is a growing amount of wealth in Holland. There's always been a decent amount of wealth. But I think, and we have these conversations here and there, I think Holland is in a position to become the premier community in West Michigan. As you looked at what the waterfront can become, as you've looked at how to enhance broadband and the parks and amenities in the community, this is going to become a destination city for all kinds of reasons. We think about all the Chicagoans who want to get out of Chicago and come to Holland for the character that it offers, right? We're going to see a lot of demand, and we're going to see a lot of increases in price of home ownership. And so the question becomes, is that the goal, to have primarily high dollar home ownership in the city? Or do we also have a goal of providing other options for folks who grew up here and want to continue to stay here?
I have a question.
Okay, and I think Lynn, did you have one down there? Okay. Lynn, and then, okay, Quincy, and then Nikki.
So you keep speaking of single-family homes, the cost rising over the next 5 years. I guess I would like to understand that more in detail with data driving that. So I don't know if you can direct me or show me or whatever to understand that statement.
So over the last 5 years, we've seen lumber prices increase by about 30% prior to the pandemic. The first couple of months of the pandemic, lumber mills got shut down because people couldn't work close together. And shipping imports from Canadian lumber suppliers shut down. And what that did is it created this bottleneck in the lumber supply industry. And as a result of that, we're now at 300% cost increase in lumber over a year and a half ago. But what's happening is demand for more housing across the country hasn't abated as a result. People aren't stopping building houses because lumber is expensive. They're continuing to build, and they're driving up the price because now there's more competition for a still limited supply of available lumber. But what that's also doing is driving up other commodity prices in the marketplace. So we're seeing asphalt shingles going up. We're seeing appliances going up. Kind of all of those durable goods that go into a house continue to increase in price. And what is likely to happen, I can't guarantee that this happens, but as conversations continue in Washington about investment in some infrastructure, they continue to include housing as infrastructure. And if there is a major federal investment in housing, that is going to continue to constrain the supply and availability of both labor and materials. And that constraint on supply is what pushes prices up. So if we get a significant additional investment in housing, on the one hand, it helps us build more affordability, or frankly, subsidize more affordability. But on the other hand, it creates more scarcity in the marketplace.
And Ryan, is there a resource that you could direct them to?
Yeah, the National Association of Home Builders documents all of this stuff really, really well. The Michigan Home Builders Association and our local chapter of the HBA also do a very good job of documenting what's happening on the ground here.
National Home Builder.
The National Association of Home Builders, I think it's nahb.org. And it's interesting because we're now talking about the National Association of Home Builders. They're advocating for more housing choice in the marketplace. Even though traditionally they've been primarily single-family homeowner builders, they're advocating for, we need to be able to build more opportunities in every neighborhood because that's what's going to be able to keep our housing supply moving.
Keith?
Maybe while Lynn is still formulating her question, I heard her say that. One thing that I heard you say earlier, Ryan, that I hadn't heard this number before, and maybe we can, not to put you on the spot, but maybe we can we know this number in the city. I think at one point you said we've seen actually a certain number of units convert that they were prior rentals and now they're single family home ownership, and none have gone the other way around, which and I think that was in the TNR district, which would be good information, I think, for Scott. So, but it pertains to Scott's question, right? But it's good information for all of us. So, can you talk more on that? That was the first time that I heard that information. And can we maybe generate that as a data point for everybody and kind of talk about from what time periods that happened?
Yeah. Jenna actually helped us get this analysis when we were talking with the Planning Commission, and I'll make sure we get you all those numbers. And there was actually a critique of the time period that we looked at, right? We looked at, I think it was 2016 to today, and that was because we just wanted an even 5-year period. And the critique was, if you want to really look at trends, you should look at 10 or 20 years or longer. And I think that's a valid critique, so if we can get that extra data for a longer period of time, that's important. But once we get it, well, the first thing I'll say is we had 18 two-family or multifamily dwelling units that were converted back to single-family homes in the last 5 years, and 0 single-family homes converted to something else, even though the ordinance allows for that to happen today. But what's going to be important to look at when we look at those 20-year life cycle trends is what happened between 2006 and 2014. And Holland got hit particularly hard by the foreclosure crisis because what happened in Holland, I think similarly to Grand Rapids and Muskegon, but less so to kind of the less urbanized townships, is we had private equity investors coming in and buying bundles of mortgages, meaning they bought bundles of houses. And so rather than losing 1 or 2 or 3 houses from a local kind of mom and pop landlord to a private equity firm, we lost dozens and maybe more than 100 houses to private equity firms that are based out of state and frankly don't care what their rental rate is as long as they can get it. The property management isn't as good typically because they're not as accountable. They don't tend to know as easily what's going on locally in the market. And so that was a problematic issue that occurred between 2006 and 2012, and that should be reflected in the data. So we may see a couple of conversions from single family to two family during that time period. But I'll be curious to find out, did those flip back after 2016, 2017? Because again, as we see the market increase, what happened between 2006 and 2012 is values plummeted, and those private equity investors bought houses for $40,000 or $50,000 that today are again worth $230,000. And those private equity firms aren't earning $230,000 worth of revenue based on the rent that they're getting. So now is the time for them to sell those single family homes, and it's likely they're going to sell them to homeowner occupants.
Nikki?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for all the work that you do. It's very valuable, and the city certainly appreciates it. I am going to give you some pushback, and I hope to be as well-spoken as my colleagues. Because you tell a story, and you tell a good story, and you bring in facts, and then a proposal, and it's hard to separate. And one of your stories is the disinvestment in the big cities, and I grew up in Detroit when there was disinvestment, and went to school there, and I wouldn't compare that to Holland. It's not the same situation. And then with the densities, and you can't have it both ways. So we don't have that kind of situation. We have a different situation. We have a dense traditional neighborhood. That's how they built them back then. Someone next door sneezed and the neighbor said Gesundheit. And we aren't crazy about that. Fire marshals don't really care for that now. But that's the way they are, and they're attractive. The building was done really well. They had craftspeople who built them beautifully. So that's one thing. And I'm going to go through a number of things that aren't necessarily related, but they're coming up, and they can be answered now. They can just keep them in mind, and it'll percolate up later. Another thing was we keep talking about Southwest Ottawa County, and that's where we are. And we're working with, or at least there is some cooperation with Holland Charter, who's building a lot of rental places, and that's great. They're also repurposing malls. That's great. Are we also doing in communication with Allegan County next door, Fillmore Township, Lake Town, and I know LDR is more where my ward is, in the suburbs of Holland, and so that's more Lake Town too. So I don't know. I don't know. It's always Ottawa County. Another thing is all these, the balance of units, and we have, I thought there were like 1,800 units in the pipeline, and you mentioned 4,000. It's a lot, and transportation is going to be a huge deal, and it can't just be the max bus. There'll be congestion on the roads. We have to think about that. So in these neighborhoods then, increasing density, not necessarily a bad thing. It's not Seattle. It won't ever be Seattle, but it'll be denser. And one thing I hear from people, whether it's LDR or traditional, is that's not what I signed up for. I bought a house here. This is what I thought I was getting. Now you're going to change the rules on me. So is there some kind of a social contract that we're violating or going against or switching on them? So that's, then with rentals and the balance we're always talking about, yeah, we need rentals, we need single-family homes. What do we do with when you get that bad rental? It's not the nice old couple who's, goes to bed at 9 o'clock. But you get one like this, our lady with the vocabulary tonight. What do you do about something like that? Where's the enforcement? What if you have two of those on either side of you? It's possible. And so with all these potential rentals and these potential conversions, and of course, worst case scenario, they all get converted. That won't happen. But a lot of them could happen. And it could be in this neighborhood, and this isn't what I signed up for. And I have enough in my neighborhood, and I don't want this. What are we doing to people? And is Holland, okay, and so another thought I have down too. So the downtown, the walkable amenities, this and that. Many people do move to this traditional neighborhood for those amenities. I love downtown. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous. Butch's, Studio K, Reader's World, the Peanut Store. These are wonderful places. Does everybody go? I have a lot of friends who never get down there. They, downtown. I mean, if you're going to shop, you go out somewhere where you can, you go online, or you go out, drive somewhere. You go to a mall. You don't go downtown. I think downtown's precious, but not everyone. That's not why some people move to these areas.
That's at least 3 questions that I've heard.
I
just want to know if you want to give them an opportunity to be able to respond to those. No. You may do as many as you want. I just want to know if you want to give them an opportunity to.
Well,
It's up to you. I just wanted to.
I'll
You were on a roll. I didn't mean to.
I'll get them all out,
Okay.
or as many as I can think of. So downtown. So I lost my train. That's okay. Walkable amenities, brownfield. The pilot program. Another thing is, and I think, I don't know if you mentioned it, Scott, people move here for a certain reason. Okay, people from Chicago, so there's the COVID and people are moving to less dense places. Holland is the address. It's not necessarily Holland City. Yeah. So you live on the north side, that's Holland. You live in Laketown, parts of Laketown, address is Holland. So some of these wealthy individuals are buying properties on the lake, and they're $2 million properties. They're not Holland. Yeah. So anyhow, yeah, we can stop there. I can. It's okay. I
just wanted to make sure they had an opportunity.
Yeah, that's okay. And you can respond now, or we can continue and just keep those in mind, because that's some of the things that are going on.
Yeah, and I was going to start, actually, if it's okay, Nikki, because some of what you're saying is you're just talking out loud and in a good way, and you're saying these are the things that are going around in your head. And let me just confirm again. We don't legislate. You guys, you 9, men and women, not guys, men and women are the ones that make the decision. And I think all of the stuff that you talked about are those valid kind of like, okay, so.
That's what we're weighing. That's
right?
what we're balancing.
That you're weighing.
Exactly.
So I'm not sure if any of the, I think we could all probably say, well, here's our take on some of the things that you said. And maybe some of those are like, could you give me an answer to that question? And you just let us know, and maybe Ryan's up here, but like I could say some things back to what but I don't want to also step on something where you're like, I'm just thinking about it.
These are concerns that I don't feel are, I think some of these controversial, I should say, parts of the UDO, the proposed UDO, are, they may be answers to problems I'm not sure we have. So these are some of my thoughts on them. You don't have to answer them. You don't have to do anything about them. This is what I'm putting out there. These are my concerns. So when items come up, like, it is up to us to, as you said, surgically take care of some of this. It's not going back to the Planning Commission, from what we understood. This is where some of my comments and suggestions will come from.
And I don't want to sidestep either. So like if there's a question that you're like, hey, you want us to give our professional opinion on,
sure,
like we'll be happy to do that too. Like one of them, I think, Nikki, that I'll do, and then I'll kind of give Ryan or Jenna or Chris a chance, is there was the lady here that talked about the renter next door. And like you guys took action on beefing up the enforcement in your ordinance a couple weeks ago, which I think is a pretty effective change. But sometimes when you live next to that person, quite frankly, whether they're a owner or a renter, those are challenges. So I don't know, Ryan, Jenna, Chris, was there anything that maybe Nikki, that you're like, I really want to say this in response to that?
Yeah, if I can just say a couple things. So, I mean, part of this, right, is that we're presenting to you, our professional opinions. We're from a planning background, and finance and whatnot, economic development. These are best practices that we've seen occurring nationwide. The data supports it, like Ryan, just explained with the different percentages and things of that sort. At the end of the day, though, we can definitely answer your questions, Nikki.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that a lot of these questions that you're asking really are for you to have this discussion with the council members on, because I think that they really are policy issues, and certainly we're not, we can offer the information for you to then have that discussion, but so again, if there are specific though questions that you have that that have not been yet answered, right, that can aid you in that discussion, and not just you, Nikki, but any of the council members, then certainly that's where we can come in.
Sure, thank you.
Any other questions on the TNR part of this? Because I think you guys probably want to move on to LDR and at least move on to item 2, right?
Well, again, that's completely up to you. It's completely up to you what you want to do. Do you want to discuss TNR? Do you want to move on? Whatever you want to do.
Lynn, thank you, Mike. Let's circle back to Lynn, because yes.
Actually, I think I'm going to hold those thoughts, but what I was thinking is, yes, I think I would like to go on to LDR, but I would like to return to some of these more philosophical questions. Like, I think of all you said, the thing that stuck out to me was, is it legitimate for people to imagine that things are going to stay the same forever? And so I think I would like to return to that. I don't think I want to address it right now,
later. Right.
Because I'd like to get to LDR. But I think that's a question that runs around my head also.
Good. Thanks.
Actually,
yeah, Mike.
Along that same line, Lynn, I'm 100% with you, because I have a number. I'm holding back right now with a number of my philosophical things, because we're more than likely not going to get to that deep conversation tonight. At least I hope we don't, since we're one member down.
Stick to the points.
I'm still in information gathering, which is exactly what they're giving. The philosophical questions are actually breeding more questions in my head. So, and I appreciate that, and everybody's input here. I'm one voice here. That's kind of the way I'm thinking. And I think I heard you say very similar. So I'd like to go into the LDR also, but knowing full well that we probably are going to have at least one more study session to digest this stuff and then get into the philosophical.
And I think just as we're leaving TNR, I kind of wanted to just give an example. And I think, sometimes these anecdotal examples aren't particularly helpful, but, I've just been thinking about my own experience over the course of the last 25 years and living in Holland. When I returned to Holland, I lived with a friend of mine for 9 months, and then I moved into a third floor apartment across the street because it was available across the street. And then I lived there for 6 years and then lived above the peanut store for a couple of years. And so that was 10 years of rental that was available to me. And I'm not sure that kind of opportunity is available anymore. And it was what I needed and what I wanted then. So I want to make sure that, well, I think we're talking a lot about prioritizing home ownership and making sure that we have enough available. I think that having enough rental opportunities for people is just as important.
Scott?
Yeah, I just have to comment on that. That's not what I've asked. I'm trying to figure out what this delicate balance is, right? Once we lose it, it's hard to get single-family homes back. We don't have a lot of growth in this area, unless you want to expand south. And we've talked about this. I've talked about it a number of times. Be careful, because I can call you out on that. We certainly have to be careful with how much of the R1 district we start. And I know we're talking about TRN, don't get me wrong. I apologize, but I'm just saying there's a delicate balance here that we have to achieve.
Well,
And not just because we don't have rental property, it's a delicate balance. And what is that percentage? I'd like to see us compared to other locations, not Carmel. They don't have something like this. That might be an example, but they don't have something like this. So we need to be careful about how we're making examples of our cities compared to others, and we need to make sure we're responsible to the home ownership that's currently here. So,
well, I think they've given us examples of how we have regained it. 18 properties converted back to single family. So I think that I think that we can regain it if the market is drawing us towards that, and I think that's what's happening now, is that what people want are single family homes. So that's what will be promoted. I think we need to make sure that we have other opportunities available.
oh, I agree. And we've had 1,800 single family units or rental units added to the city of Holland too. And then the neighboring area.
I'm talking
and the
about
neighboring
TNR,
areas,
not in TNR.
But I'm just saying, we're talking in general. I mean, the neighborhood too of our regional partners. We've added some. I think I've just heard somewhere around 4,000 units. So we're adding those type of units, and we're contributing to that effort as well.
But those are not the same types of units. You're talking about units that are being built outside of town, outside in Holland Township. These are specific to a neighborhood in the center city of Holland.
So Blackwater subdivision in my area is not outside the city, right? And that's 350 apartments have already been built, and there's more yet to be built.
I think 110.
Blackwater Flats. So we're
I'm
adding
sorry, which one was that? I can't.
the Blackwater Flats, Black River
Black
Flats,
River.
excuse me, Black River
So
Flats.
it is within the city of Holland, of course,
Yeah.
but what I'm talking about is making sure that there are these kinds of rental properties. What we're talking about tonight is TNR.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about.
I agree, and I think what I was kind of hearing was, and generally speaking, is that we have to look at residential property, different, single-family homes differently, and that there needs to be an ability to have additional housing units like you spoke of, and I agree with you, but I think there's a delicate balance throughout the city, and not just, I know we're talking about TRN, but, there's got to be a delicate balance in how we do that. So that's all I was saying, is making sure we look at that responsibly.
Any other questions regarding TNR? Yeah, Mark. If you have questions, I'm sure we as council would be happy to answer whatever questions you have, Mark.
Mark Vanderplug, Director, CNS Department, thank you. I've been doing a lot of listening. I think kind of just building on what Lynn said too, so a lot of discussion about, converting, potentially having additional conversions of homes in the TNR district to additional units. I just wanted to kind of call out that there was some very eloquent voices that voiced, at the planning commission level about be very careful with what we're doing with the rentals, and because there is a lot of people that use single-family whole houses as rental units in the TNR area. And if there is going to be a additional impetus to subdivide them into additional units, that might be good in some regards if the data is showing, that 2/3 of the people are one and two family households. But there is a significant number of whole families, whole households out there that are still looking for whole houses to rent. So I just wanted to lay that out. As you do your additional research in preparation for your next meeting, please look back to some of those comments, because there were some folks that were very eloquent with some of the things that they were saying. And I wouldn't want to be in your position of having to make your decision here, because there are so many competing things, and how do you deal with that? But I just wanted to raise that again, that there's a lot of competing things for these rental units in the TNR area. And I think one thing to keep in mind is we do want to continue to have units there for whole families and for whole households to be able to rent them to as they want to step up to home ownership too. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Keith?
I actually just did that more. I was doing that incognito. I
Oh,
was
okay.
saying maybe people want to break,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then we can transition into LDR conversations.
I think that's a good idea. Why don't we take a break until 8 o'clock? And Raul, before we go, yes?
Just before we go with that, so with that comment, when we've been talking about 2, 3, and 4 units in the TNR, but how many of those properties are currently rentals, right? Who would maybe convert to these 2, right? Suddenly be able to qualify for now a 2-person or 2-unit rental. I don't know if that's maybe part of that map as well.
That data. I think that data is on the incredibly confusing map that we had. That's one of those things in the
Right,
legend.
but would that
ones
be
are
worth
currently
being
rentals.
part of that,
Yeah.
or not? I mean, I don't know.
We'll struggle with it. I know what you're saying, Raul. Like every time we end another, we'll figure out how to do Mike's Mylar with Sharpie pens of different colors.
All right, great. Let's break until 8 o'clock.
My slides are so deep in this deck, you're gonna hear them sometime, I don't know, 2023 maybe.
The city manager can't tell time.
Yeah. All right, it's 8:06. We're a little bit late coming back from our meeting or our break, but that's all right. We well deserved by everyone. Jenna, you're back up there. Got it cleaned up the podium for us and ready to move on to LDR.
Yes.
All right, fire away.
Great. Sorry, let me just get back to there.
Has to go back 50 PowerPoint slides.
Okay, so moving on to the LDR zone district, low density residential, which is currently the R1 zone district. What's being proposed here in the UDO, as proposed by Planning Commission, is to allow, you know what, I'm sorry, I need to grab my notes because I am actually a little bit blind, even with glasses. Okay, so two unit types that are being proposed. So backing up just a second, these would be only allowed on 10,000 square foot lots within the LDR zone district. And I have a map and more details on that in a moment. But to just kind of give you an overview again. So the types of uses of these 2 unit uses that would be allowable would be detached ADUs, which actually are already permitted citywide on any property that has a single family home. So the detached ADU, in addition to a detached ADU in, again, these properties, the 10,000 square feet in LDR, an attached ADU could be built. Then, so that's the ADU section, accessory dwelling unit. Then there's the conversion 2 units. And what I want to just kind of mention here, which has been brought up a lot, is, well, why is this any different than any other regular duplex? Or 2 unit duplex, I should say. So first of all, in terms of standards, the requirements would say that the footprint of a home shall not change. So with a regular duplex, that they could change, but with a 2 unit conversion in LDR zone district, it wouldn't be able to. And I have some pictures, so I'll get to those in one second to better explain this. But exterior renovations wouldn't be permitted that would indicate that it's a 2 unit, except for a side or rear door. And these would have to meet the criteria of the ADUs as well. And that ADU criteria is already established in the existing ordinance, again, as it relates to the detached ADUs that are allowable citywide. So what that means is we're not talking, when we talk about these conversions, we're not talking about the ones that are crossed out. We're not talking about a new duplex that would have to have been built to, like that one on the left, that would have to have been built to be a 2 unit duplex. We're also not talking about the one on the right. That would also have had to have been built as a 2 unit duplex. What we're talking about is on the bottom, that bottom photo. So that's a house that looks like a single family house that is actually a 2 unit house. So the footprint of that house didn't change at all when they added a 2 unit. The doors, you can't tell. There's not 2 doors on the front. There's not 2 garages on the front. You have 1 door that's on the side. You have 1 door on the front, and that's the access. So that is very different then, right, than just saying a regular duplex, which are the top two. In addition to that, there's a whole host of criteria, like I just mentioned, that would therefore make these uses different than a regular 2-unit duplex as well. So looking over at the ADU side of things, again, accessory dwelling unit, the image on the left is an example of the detached ADU. And again, like I've said, for at least the last 5 years, that has been allowable. Citywide, however, there's only been 5 of them built. And none of them, to our knowledge, are actually being used for rentals. They're all being used as extra space. And the reason for that is because, as Ryan has talked about, and as we all know, the price of construction has skyrocketed, at least within the last several years, if not longer. And so to build an entirely separate unit off of a house is very expensive. So the thought here is to allow for accessory dwelling units that are attached as well. And so an example of that would be on the right, so that potentially construction might be less onerous for the property owner. Now, in addition to that, like I mentioned, there's a whole host of criteria that Planning Commission is proposing for these items. Again, for the accessory dwelling units and for these 2-unit conversions that are being proposed to be allowed on those 10,000 square foot lots. And just to clarify also that attached ADUs, as we're discussing, also would be only allowable on the 10,000 square foot lots in the LDR zone district. So just to run through these pretty quickly, but because they are very important to understand, but ADU, so starting first with the ADUs, again, accessory dwelling units, ADUs shall only be permitted on properties with a single detached unit, AKA a single family home. 1 ADU is allowed on a property, either detached or attached, not both. And that's also, with the conversion. So you wouldn't be able to have 2 units, like a 2-unit conversion and an ADU, because that goes back to that the ADU shall only be permitted on the properties with a single detached unit. Either the principal house or the ADU shall be owner occupied. No short-term rentals or bed and breakfasts are allowed on these properties. The occupancy, again, for the ADUs is 2 people. ADUs shall be equal to or less than a third of the size of the principal house. So we saw that in this image of that attached ADU. Detached ADUs shall not exceed 12 feet in average height. And so this is an existing standard. If one floor, 22 feet average height. If on the second floor, something that is new for detached ADUs is an actual square footage and size, 300 to 720 square feet. Detached ADUs.
Shanna, sorry to interrupt. Can you go back to the slide that you're reading off of?
Oh, I'm very sorry.
No problem.
I forgot that was up there. Detached ADUs shall meet the setback standards for accessory structures, which is currently. Attached ADUs meet the setback standards for the principal structures. So again, that's talking about that although these may be eligible because they're on 10,000 square foot lots, of course, they're still going to have to adhere to all of the setback standards for principal structure. Staff will notice property owners within the 300-foot radius as required by law of the proposed property that is desiring the ADU, and then those notice persons will have an opportunity to request a special exception public hearing with the Board of Appeals. And again, as I just mentioned, this is straight out, these criteria, these items are straight out of our existing ordinance as they relate to the detached ADUs that are currently permitted citywide on single-family properties. So ADUs, also the zoning administrator or the Board of Appeals would use more criteria in their determination, such as that the ADU wouldn't result in excessive increase in traffic, parking congestion, or noise. The placement, orientation, and location of the windows and doors wouldn't infringe on the privacy of surrounding neighborhoods, and adequate landscaping and/or 6-foot-high fence would be installed to screen an ADU from an adjacent property when the ADU is on a ground floor. So moving to those LDR 2-unit conversions, again, a lot of this is repetitive, but I do think that it's important to specify it because it is significantly different than anyone just being able to come in and build a 2-unit duplex in LDR. So again, 10,000 square foot or greater lot conversions, and this is specifically talking about when we talk about a 2-unit conversion or a conversion in LDR, we're talking specifically here about conversions from single detached units into 2 units.
Jenna, can I have you pause there for a minute? Quincy's got a question.
I just want to
Sure.
clarify. So we went from, so we're going back, you had the slide of the 3 units on it, right? We're going back to that slide with the house on the bottom, right?
Yes, exactly. Oh, shoot.
All right, back to the beginning of the presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got it now. I was pressing the wrong button.
That was pretty impressive fixing it with.
Yes, we are talking about the image of the house on the bottom now.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so again, the footprint or the exterior design of the house, other than the addition of a side or rear entrance. So the footprint wouldn't change, and there wouldn't be a door added to the front, et cetera, that would otherwise change the character of that home in the neighborhood. So that was something that was really considered in all of this. 1 unit, again, shall be owner occupied. Staff would also notice the 300-foot radius, and notice people would also be able to request the special exception public hearing. And the same standards that I just went through in terms of what the zoning administrator and/or the Board of Appeals would review in terms of traffic congestion and other impact on the neighborhood would also hold true here. So just to step back a little bit, also give you a little bit more information about this zone district. So there's 11,853 total properties citywide. The LDR comprises 37% of those properties, 4,433 properties. Currently, in terms of 2 units that currently exist, and in fact that this is an example of that, there's 33 of them. So in LDR zone district that currently are 2 units. So again, they're legally non-conforming. And then in terms of the existing non-conforming units that would become conforming with this change, that would be 16. It happens that the image that you're looking at right now would not actually be conforming because they are on a lot that's less than 10,000 square feet just by a hair. So what we have here is that map. Actually, I have 2 maps. So this map, in retrospect, is probably not the best to look at. So let me go here. So this one reflects what's being proposed as the LDR. The one that was previous is the one that reflects the existing R1. And so because we should be working off of what is being proposed, this is where we're at. So you can see that it is a quite substantial amount of the properties, about 70%. The red is indicative of the residential properties, so likely those would be the ones that would work, that would, be rented out. And I mean, and when I say that, I mean those that are existing or those that are vacant and could potentially be residential units. And then the blue is the non-residential units, or I'm sorry, non-residential properties that meet that threshold of 10,000 square feet or more. Planning Commission did look at other scenarios in this. Now you can notice though that this is not the 10,000 square feet. They went through many different scenarios. At one point, looking at about the 9,600 square foot threshold, et cetera. But one of the options that they reviewed was allowing these on 10,000 square foot lots only along corridors. So you can see that's a lesser amount of the eligible properties here. And then they also talked about, maybe on just major corridors, taking out the minor corridors, to provide that as an option as well. I'm going to leave it up to the mayor and to Councilmember Lynn Raymond, as Planning Commission members to discuss, really why the Planning Commission landed on where they did with the 10,000 square feet, in general. But the gist, the overarching kind of rationale for it was that especially with having the owner-occupied component, and especially with all of the other criteria that would have to be met, the likelihood that many of these properties are going to do this is pretty slim. It's quite a high threshold, and then certainly the neighbors have the ability to chime in to request a public hearing as well for further review. So I think that's kind of my perspective on why the decision for this was made. But certainly you can ask questions or discuss or.
Questions for Jenna? Yeah, Quincy and then Nikki.
So you said this is a slim chance that these transitions would happen, right? Or conversions. So I guess the top question for me then, if that statement is made, then why was this one proposed with so many? Could you say 70%? Well, I don't know if that's a question for you or if that would be a question for.
I'm happy to take that one because I think
Sure.
it kind of ties in with the question you proposed for Lynn and I of why we think Planning Commission landed on this. And I'll take you back to about a year and a half ago. We did some outreach sessions at local schools saying, hey, here are some options. And there was one at the library as well where we said, here are some options, because the master plan said, one of the outcomes of the master plan was we needed more housing options in every neighborhood in the city. And so we said, well, what are some ways to be able to do that? So we provided the community some different views. Some of the photos that are here are similar to the ones that were shown. And the responses, as I recall them from those, were mixed. Some people said, hey, push the edge of the envelope on this and find a lot of different ways to be able to increase the number of housing units citywide in all of the neighborhoods. And on the other end of the spectrum was, don't change anything at all. Kind of what Nikki was talking about was, hey, we've got a social compact here. I bought my house. I don't expect that my neighborhood is going to change at all. Or if it does change, it's not going to be because the city made a change. And so Planning Commission went back and said, well, what are some ways to be able to do that? And that's where we were looking at those corridors and looking at other lot sizes. And my recollection is that we weren't looking at accessory dwelling units there. We were looking at duplexes there. We were looking at the possibility of duplexes anywhere within the R1 zone district. And this is where I want to be really clear with council and especially with the people at home, because I think this is the complaint I hear, or the concern I hear from people more than anything else, is I hear people saying, you're going to allow duplexes in the R1 district. And I want to ask this question of Jenna straight out. Does the UDO allow duplexes in the R1 district?
No.
All right, thank you. I want to just make that completely clear, and an ADU is very different than a duplex. But we looked at the possibility of duplexes citywide based on lot sizes in R1. And then we said, well, one of the important components of this, as Nikki mentioned earlier, is transportation. If we're going to increase the number of housing units, we probably ought to put them near where public transportation is going to be. That would be on those major corridors. So we said, well, okay, we probably don't want to do duplexes across the entire city. How about just putting them in the corridors? And so we made some additional recommendations, initial recommendations in November. And I'll be honest, I don't remember exactly what the lot size numbers were in November that we came out with, but essentially what we proposed, we meaning Planning Commission proposed in November, was the opportunity for duplexes in the R1 district. And then we sent those postcards out to folks and said, and I think it was duplexes over 10,000 square feet. I think that was 10,000 square foot lot sizes. And then we sent a postcard to every single homeowner who owned a home in the R1 district with a lot size of more than 10,000 square feet and said, we are proposing the possibility of a duplex, and you could build one on your property. We're having public hearings with the Planning Commission. Please come and tell us what you think about this. Yes.
So I'm getting confused a little bit.
Okay.
So you're saying R1.
R1.
But are we talking about LDR?
LDR and R1 are the same thing, essentially.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yeah. So back at this point, it was still R1, but R1 and LDR are the same thing. We're renaming it
Okay.
to match the naming scheme of the TNR and the GMU and the NMU and all of the alphabet soup stuff that's there.
So then also going back to I asked about that picture, right?
Yes. Yep.
Of
That's a conversion.
Okay, so
but that one probably right now, Jenna, is that actually a duplex? Can both sides of that be rented out?
So no, I mean, it's non-conforming, it's legally non-conforming. So anytime if they were to do any type of addition, change, et cetera, they would actually lose their ability.
Right, but
to have
at
the
some
two.
point with this property, they were allowed to rent both halves of this, I'm guessing.
Potentially.
Potentially.
Before the zoning ordinance was.
Okay.
And that's it, and that would be a duplex. If you can rent out both sides of the property,
Then that's a duplex.
That's a duplex.
All right. So now this right here is speaking of owner occupied, right?
One of those units, in order to be an ADU, one of those units would have to be owner occupied.
All right, so we're talking about ADUs.
Yes.
And this possibly being an ADU, right?
Yep.
And the renditions that you showed, these being ADUs.
Yes.
So all right, so the combination of both of those.
There are three different kinds of ADUs, and this is really confusing. I want to just kind of bring you through the process, and then I'll explain to you where we landed.
Yep.
So we sent out those postcards. Planning Commission, if you've ever been on Planning Commission, you know that almost nobody shows up for your meetings, except that unless they're the applicant or maybe they're the neighbor next door who doesn't like what's going on. And Planning Commission said, we want more public input on this, and that's why we sent the postcards out, and they worked. I mean, we had 140 some people at a Zoom Planning Commission meeting, and people told us adamantly they do not want duplexes in R1 LDR. And so Planning Commission said, all right, we'll make a change. And rather than propose duplexes, we proposed accessory dwelling units. And in my mind, for a couple of different reasons. One is we already have them. Detached accessory dwelling units are currently allowed right now with these same restrictions. And the example that I used multiple times in Planning Commission meetings was, we're all old enough, maybe Mike's too old to remember the TV show Happy Days. Okay? I got to get my shots in where I can, Mike, keep their attention. In Happy Days, Fonzie lived above the garage of the Cunninghams in an accessory dwelling unit. The Cunninghams lived in the main house. They kept an eye on Fonzie to make sure that he didn't have parties there. They didn't have girls coming in if it was noisy. They were able to keep a rein on that. And that was a really attractive thing as far as the planning commissioners were concerned, that there was that owner occupancy component. Because one of the things that we heard from the people that lived in LDR is, we don't want developers coming in and buying up our neighborhoods and turning them into rentals, and then nobody being here to manage that. We heard some of that this evening from people who were very concerned about absentee landlords that didn't care, landlords that didn't keep the place up. Well, I'll tell you, if you live in the neighborhood, you're likely to pay more attention to those kinds of things, especially if the person's living right next door to you or on the same property above the garage. Well, under the current rules, under our current zoning ordinance, Fonzie can live above the Cunningham's garage if the garage is not attached to the house. What we're proposing with Udo right now is to say Fonzie can live above the garage if the garage is attached to the house. Or Howard and Marion Cunningham, if you want to convert your attic or your basement to another dwelling unit and let Fonzie live in the attic or the basement, you may do that as well. But you need to live in the main house. You need to live in one of those two units. So that's the change that's being suggested here. Is we already allow detached. We're allowing for the proposal is allowing for attached accessory dwelling units, which is adding on to the current footprint of the house within the restrictions. The conversion is taking a current house, not changing the exterior of it at all, other than to add a second entrance that's not in the front, and allowing for that second unit. But for me anyway, the key component to making sure that worked within the LDR district was the owner occupancy component. So that's kind of, does that answer that question, is where we were with this?
Do you mind if I just make
Oh,
one
please do.
clarifying statement?
Yeah, please do.
And I'll add something too. When
Yeah.
you're done.
Okay. So one thing is that may have been just a little bit confusing is that the mayor has been referring to two-unit conversions as ADUs as well. So he says that there's 3 ADUs. Now, it happens, though, that in the ordinance context and what you have in front of here is we're saying that there's 2 ADUs and there's this conversion, 2-unit conversion.
Yeah, Jenna's absolutely right. I try to do that just to make it easier for regular people to understand when we're doing it. But you are 100% right.
I just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
for...
Yeah, Lynn?
Yeah, the other conversation that we had was around whether or not we would just focus on corridors. And my understanding of that was that we really wanted to provide these opportunities across the city and not just focus on certain sections of the city. So you can see on this map that the dark orange is limits the opportunities to be able to add an attached ADU or a conversion. And I think the other thing, and I remember it a little bit differently on the conversation around owner occupied, in that, because I think that's a concern that the folks who live in TNR have also expressed. But I think they're two different kinds of neighborhoods. And that was really more what led us, at least in my mind, what led us to an owner occupied in LDR. And I think that transect that is in the Udo on page 14 is really helpful, because I think it gives you a picture of TNR as much more urban and much more dense is the word that comes to mind. And whereas the suburban area really, I think, lends itself more to these attached ADUs with that owner-occupied component, just because the lot sizes are significantly larger for the most part. So that's some of what I remember.
Yeah, and I would agree with that as well. There were a lot that went into these discussions, and one of the reasons, kind of the same thinking that we were doing in the TNR of not wanting to lump too much of a change in any one neighborhood or any one block, that if there was going to be a change that happened, that it was spread out over neighborhoods. Not all that different than what council decided to do with short-term rentals. You're saying you can't have them closer than 500 feet from one another, so they're not all lumped together in one location. That was the same type of thinking that went into this and went into the TNR discussions as well.
I have a question.
Yeah, Nikki.
And it's not philosophy. When I have an ADU and staff notices the neighbors that this is gonna be built. If I could just use it myself for storage or to keep my animals in, I mean, my pets, but I could rent it out. Do they have to be noticed if it's rented too, or just noticed that I'm building one?
Building it is
Okay,
noticed.
So rental doesn't matter.
The rental doesn't get noticed. However, there is a rental inspection process.
The city.
Yeah.
And does that, so I sell the house and that, it doesn't run with the land, does the next owner of the house have to set up a rental process again? Okay, thank you.
Last time I did this, it didn't necessarily go well, but Jenna, tell me if I have this wrong, because like we all try to figure out, Quincy, kind of like what these different things are, and this might be oversimplified, but the way that I think of a detached ADU, that's kind of easy to wrap your mind around, right? An attached ADU, in a way, is like I'm going to build something additional to my house that isn't there now, right? And then there's a whole bunch of things that you need to get approvals for and regulations that restrict that if you're going to do that. But let's say you do that and 20 years later, or if you talk about a conversion is basically I'm not doing anything, I'm not adding to the exterior footprint of the house. I'm just converting what I already have. So it's almost like how you get there, but in the end, if you think of like, what does that mean? It's really just you're ending up in a house that there's 2 units within that house, and one of those units has to be home occupied.
Exactly.
Okay, Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I see this process slightly different rolling out than you do, or had. And so in the public hearing or public meetings that we went out to, I attended a vast majority of those, and I would say there's probably 15 residents at most at these things, probably 3 or 4 staff members out of that 15, because they're residents too. But this wasn't even brought to their attention until a few people brought it to their attention that this could be a possibility, and that raised some alarms, that raised some concerns, especially
That and the postcards, Scott. I mean, the postcards were deliberately put out there.
I'm getting that,
Okay.
sir. So as that became an issue, we brought that to the attention of this council, and this council said, wait a minute, what do you mean? Well, because there's no notice. There was no notice requirement as part of this rezoning. And we're like, well, you've got to let the people know that this is happening. And that's why those postcards were sent out, is because there was a pressure by this council to say to the planning commission, you can't go back and just rezone the whole entire city where this has an impact before notifying the public. And that's what happened, right? There was some pressure of this council to make sure the public knew that this was taking place. So that's one thing. Then the second thing is when that became, this is the skepticism that starts, to build across the city with residents is, well, then what's happening here? What's going to happen? And so they start thinking through this, and just because there's not another neighbor there's, as we've heard, there is more parking, there is more movement, there's more people living on one piece of property. All the things that we've heard, right? The hundreds and hundreds of emails. So while it might look or sound innocent is what we're saying here, there are people very concerned about the density and the activities that's going to take place on those properties. So I just want to leave it at that. That's where a lot of the skepticism is coming from. It's not just because, well, Fonzie lives next door above Marion and
Howard Marion.
And
Richie
friends,
and Joni.
And good friend Richie and Joni, and good friends with them, right? And they all hang out together. Yeah. There are some other things that come into play. Does the person have a motorcycle? Does the person that lives there have an extra car or 2? I mean, based on, again, they have to have there's certain design specifications, right, and property specifications they have to have. We all talked about that. But those are the kind of things that keep coming up over and over again inside these areas, right? And so that's the concern that people keep driving home, and people aren't listening. That's the things they're talking about. So I would hope that we're listening to those, not just saying, well, we made adjustments so that somebody can own or occupy a home, and that should relieve all their tensions and worries. That's not all their tension and worries. There is going to be a landlord there, but there's still all these other components that still take place at that property and that site. A lot of other activity.
Any other questions, comments? Yeah, Raul.
Directly related, but I mean, it is to short-term rentals. So right now, short-term rentals are allowed anywhere in the city as long as they have owner-occupied, right? As long as they kind of meet the, I mean, they have to apply for the permit for that. But owner-occupied are kind of allowed anywhere.
Correct.
But with the ADU, so we're saying that you'd have to live in one of the residences, either the ADU or the main house. But you wouldn't be able to have, then you kind of forfeit your owner-occupied short-term rental altogether. It's not just the ADU, or it's not just the main property. So if you're living in the main property, could you still rent out part of your property as short-term rental and have the ADU?
So I just want to clarify, because you keep saying short-term rental, and I want to separate out short-term rental with like Airbnb short-term rental versus like I'm renting my house out. And I'm not clear. I want to make sure we are answering your question.
I'm talking about owner-occupied Airbnbs.
Okay.
Right, because those are allowed right now. I mean, we have our 500 feet buffer, whatever that
500 feet buffer
for the other ones.
25 total.
Right.
Right, but not for the owner-occupied.
Yes.
Right, that's non-owner occupied.
Okay.
But we allow owner occupied with a permit.
Right. So
Right.
these properties would not be allowed to have any type of short-term rental.
So you forfeit that.
You
if you have an
forfeit
ADU.
that.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, Quincy.
To go off of what he said, what about the conversions?
The same thing.
Same thing.
Lynn?
Yeah, maybe this is, reflects a little bit of what Scott was getting at and some of the additional concerns that people have. And this maybe we don't talk about tonight because we brought it up a couple of weeks ago about having an impervious surface maximum. And so I think that it kind of plays into this conversation a bit too, because what people are concerned about is maintaining the character of the neighborhood. And so how is that baked into the UDO for these two particular districts? And so I was looking just to see what it looked like in the UDO, and I did notice something, because I wondered if there was something in there about landscaping and all of that kind of stuff. And I did notice that in the current ordinance, there is some landscaping and screening requirements, but not in UDO. So I think that might help part of the conversation if we could add, if we can add that back in from where it is, it's 3962, where it talks about landscaping and screening and natural vegetation and fencing. And then adding that to section 9. So I feel like that could be if we could include that, and then as we're talking about whether or not we can have a impervious surface maximum, if that's something we can actually work into it, I think that might address. I mean, hopefully, it could address some of those concerns that Scott was talking about that people are concerned about.
Sure. So to respond to your first item, absolutely, we'll look into that. And, if that didn't make it in, it definitely wasn't intentional. And so we can look at that and we can add it to kind of we have an ongoing already.
I've been waiting for Chris to speak all night.
Okay.
Sorry, I do have it in front of me. So just to clarify, Lynn, you're talking about conversions not having a landscaping requirement? Or ADUs?
No.
Sorry, thanks. No, I'm talking in general residential requirements for landscaping, screening, and then, it included in the conversation about impervious surface maximums.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
to see.
I know what she's talking about, actually. She's talking about in the 5075, specifically for the TNR zone district.
Yes, right, TNR.
There was this landscaping item, and I'm not positive that it got moved, that landscaping bit got moved to Article 9 where the 50/75 is. And then in that, we're talking about LDR as well. We can look for opportunities to put that into it as well. In terms of your second item, impervious surface maximums for residential neighborhoods was discussed on a staff level. We do have, and it was determined that there wasn't a staff interest in moving forward with that, and therefore it wasn't something that was brought up to Planning Commission. I do have a response from, Tricia Dreyer's here. She kind of remembers what the rationale was for not having that impervious surface. So if you want to hear that, you may.
I don't know whether that needs to be included tonight, or if we're going to have a conversation, a broad, bigger conversation about that at a later meeting.
Was that for parking for the TNR?
It was about having a maximum of really asphalt, concrete, whatever, a maximum of those. Could we actually impose a maximum? And we talked a little bit the last time about how that might be complicated.
Well, that's up to you, but Tricia is here to answer that exact question.
Okay,
So,
then great.
Yeah.
We don't want to bring her back.
Come
in
on
2
up,
weeks.
Tricia.
Thank you, Tricia.
Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. We talked about that, Lynn, and we talked about it again today. Part of the struggle with the impervious surface is particularly in TNR. We have smaller properties and big houses. The houses take up a lot of the property as it is. And as someone mentioned earlier, you're not going to have a 5-foot side yard setback because you need to get a driveway in there. So by the time we take into account the size of the driveway, the size of the house, even a 2-lane, maybe so cars can park side by side, or you get a garage, and then someone wants a deck. A deck is an impervious surface. A hardscape patio is an impervious surface. We actually did some measurements of a couple of people that work in our department that live in TNR, and we compared what is the size of their lot, what is the size of the impervious surface, be it a driveway or a patio. They're all over. They're existing, they've been existing for a lot of years, and they wouldn't be able to meet the standard. So then we would have something like, okay, we allow 80% impervious coverage on residential properties, and I don't think that was the goal. So we struggled a little bit. In 2012, when we were having a bunch of problems in the neighborhoods and we implemented a lot of rules, the 50% rear yard parking was implemented at that time, and it was specifically to regulate surfaced parking so that we don't have residential parking lots at houses. We had a lot of problems with that in the college neighborhood. We've been to court. We've had some litigation over that 50%. And that was the 50% we felt was really important to keep and maintain and enforce so that when you're driving down the street, you don't see parking lots, but you see houses and you get to keep the feel of the neighborhood and the character. But we have the impervious surface is a tricky thing.
And really, just to kind of clarify that, because remember we had, whenever it was, a couple weeks ago, we had a talk about the parking lot. Kind of from the parking lot regulations that we have current versus proposed are exactly the same?
I think so.
when you're talking about parking lot,
Commercial
I'm
or
like
residential?
parking and residential.
50 and
not the
75.
parking lot, the parking.
Requirements in residential.
The parking requirements in residential in current versus Udo are the same.
Yes.
We're not
Yes.
proposing any changes.
But to be specific, that's
The-
just in TNR.
Yeah, but the impervious, so just to kind of impervious is more than parking. But then it gets difficult because it's like all the things that you named, Tricia. So I think it's just, let's just to understand what we're talking about, impervious versus parking.
And we do have other regulations in place too. So like you're not allowed to pave for parking directly between the street and your house. So that is going to be maintained as green space. So we do have some other controls in place in the ordinance to control green space on a property.
So that, and I appreciate that because I think that makes sense to me about TNR. What about LDR? Is that, would there be a possibility of creating some maximums there?
We could look at it. We haven't seen a problem in LDR. Bigger lot sizes, about the same size or similar size houses that we see in TNR, but on bigger lots. Parking hasn't been as much of an issue. I can think off the top of my head of a couple of properties in TNR where we're at that 50% rear yard paving, and I can't think of any in R1 or LDR right now that it's either been an issue or that somebody has wanted to do that.
So it's 50% citywide, not just in TNR?
It's only in TNR.
Okay.
Yep. Chris,
So-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Trish is correct about TNR 50% in the back. The citywide, we do have the rule about not paving in front of the house for parking is citywide.
Yes.
Okay.
Just to clarify that.
So,
right.
However, if people are concerned that if their neighbors expand they add a unit, then there's potentially a new car there, more parking. I think what I'm trying to think if there's a way to mitigate the concern about that, if we can put some maximums in place. I mean, I understand that it's not just, I appreciate that clarification, that it's not just driveway. But if we could put some landscaping requirements in place and perhaps some, if it's possible, because those lots are so much bigger, to come up with
Yeah,
way to
and
do
we
that.
definitely can look at parking as it relates to the ADU. I mean, we do have a number of required parking spaces,
Sure.
but yeah, maybe that would be we could look at percentages too, specifically for those conversions.
I
Nikki?
appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
does the garage count as parking spaces in the TNR?
When we look at a single-family home and we say one parking space is required, yes, the garage does count. When we look at 50% of the paving in the rear yard, we don't count the garage. Because again, in 2012, when those ordinances were originally crafted, we were looking at parking lots in surfaced parking, not impervious surfaces.
Keith?
I'm pausing a little bit. Since Tricia is up here anyway, she's been working on an Excel spreadsheet back here because she told me. And instead of just waiting and saying, hey, we're going to have this report, skip back a little bit. Tricia, tell them what you tapped me on the shoulder and told me, and now the spreadsheet you're working on.
Okay. So there was the question about converting from a single family into a two-family. And if we allow all of these additional units to have this capability, we could have all these additional units, change the character of the neighborhood, et cetera, et cetera. I've been with the city of Holland for a little over 20 years. Conversions are kind of a big deal. They stir up the rental program. We get lots of questions. We answer questions. It impacts how we do our rental inspections. It impacts the construction department because folks have to get permits. No matter if they are decreasing the number of units or increasing the number of units in a house, you have to have construction permits. You have to meet code requirements. Somebody asked about energy code. If somebody does a conversion, they're gonna have to meet energy code because they have to get a building permit, and the construction code requires you to meet energy code in the new space that you're building. So we have computerized records back to 1999. And so I ran a report while I was sitting here and we were talking about conversions. I'm gonna double check the numbers when I have bigger screens at my desk, but it appears that we've had, since 1999, about 45 properties converted from a two-family to a single-family. We have not had any go the other direction. We've not had any single families increase the number to 2 units. Now, we've had Maxell Lofts in downtown on 6th Street. We've had a couple of those. We've had Baker Lofts. We have one right now that's dividing one large unit into 2 smaller units. We have the church project over on West 20th Street that just went to Planning Commission and got rezoned for 6 units. So we have some of those, but in an actual single-family house, to convert from a single family into 2 units, I have not found any permits since 1999. I texted Dan Tiley, since he's been with the department longer than me. He doesn't remember any in his time here, and he's been here about 25 to 28 years. So it is definitely possible. We have not seen any.
Didn't the, from the letters and that we're reading, didn't the city kind of disincentivize that kind of thing because there were issues in the neighborhoods, so it was a good thing to convert into single-family homes?
We incentivized property owners to decrease the number of units at their property by providing a rebate program. You could get, I think it was 50% rebate on the cost of all of your construction permits if you converted from a 2-family to a single family. And we have a local nonprofit group that is their goal, is to buy 2 families, convert them to single families, and then sell them to owner-occupied families.
So did that seem to solve or help the problem, mitigate the problems that the city saw?
Through a variety of different channels, we've seen an amazing amount of investment and huge improvements in a lot of our neighborhoods throughout the city. I estimate on 16th Street, if you remember what 16th Street looked like 15, 20 years ago, in the face of 16th Street now, there are a lot of 2 families on that corridor that have been converted to single families.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments from council? Great, thank you, appreciate it. Next item, or is that it for the evening?
So that's all that we have on TNR and LDR. So, either it's up to you. We have more of the hot topics.
We're at 9 o'clock. We're gonna do at least one more study session on this. Council, you get to make the call. We do have, I see Amy's been sitting in the back.
Yeah, that's the one that I really would ask, that I think at least we need to make ourselves available for and have the parking discussion, because Amy's been here all night.
I think that's a good idea. So why don't we, is that all right? Anybody have an objection to Amy talking about parking?
We had a letter to.
Oh, today? Tonight?
Yeah, tonight.
Oh, sure.
All right. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody say no, they absolutely have to get out of here, so, yeah, so let's do that.
And I think the way we'll do that, I think Jenna is gonna set the table on what's proposed, and then Amy/Matt can just talk about that you have 2 different appointed boards that have 2 different thoughts.
Hard to believe.
I know, it's amazing.
Okay. So currently in downtown, as is the case citywide, the ordinance and Udo is proposing, which is existing, 1 space per dwelling unit as a requirement on site. The reasons for this, that the Planning Commission really, came to this decision. Certainly, this was also the recommendation of staff. Ryan Kilpatrick could speak to that in terms of his recommendation from the Housing Next point of view. And then we also, I want to add, we spoke with some developers in the area. They came to a Planning Commission meeting, and so that was also contributing to the final decisions for the proposal that Planning Commission made. So the reasons, right? So most equitable way to regulate residential parking citywide. Downtowns are well positioned for higher density development and walkability. Master plans call for downtown Holland to meet this. Density, though, would be decreased when more of a lot needs to be used for parking, and therefore less of the lot is able to be used for building, and therefore for more housing opportunities, and an increase in density, which is again something that is considered to be a desire in the downtown area. Walkability is also decreased with large parking lots, and underground parking is costly. Developers, another reason that the Planning Commission came to this is that really developers will know their target market. They will do the analysis. If they believe that they will need to have 2 parking spots minimum on their site, they can build it. This is a minimum requirement. They may, however, find that, you know what, our market is more of a workforce market. We have residents that we're targeting residents that could walk to work or that could take the mass transit to their employment, and that wouldn't necessarily be interested in having more vehicles. So instead of requiring then that they have two parking spaces per unit or any other number, the minimum then is just at that 1. And then they can determine how many they end up wanting to build, and therefore how many then residential units they want to build on their site or can build on their site accordingly. And so requiring the additional parking reduces density and therefore necessitates higher rent and buy prices, because if you have fewer units, then you need to increase the amount that you're charging in order to get a return on investment, especially in building in the downtown area with the land cost as high as it is. Another reason that this came about is based on the Walker study. You may have heard of this. So this was back in July of 2016. And the recommendation was to maintain current policies. Walker is a well-renowned consulting firm, and they did a thorough analysis of the parking requirements in downtown. So we'll actually include this whole document in your after meeting packet. Well, the whole document in terms of how it relates specifically to what we're discussing. And certainly I don't have access to it, but I'm sure that Amy Sasimoto does, the complete study if anyone's interested in that as well. So the concerns, Planning Commission spent quite a lot of time discussing this, hearing the Downtown Development Authority, hearing the Parking Board, listening and determining where they wanted to go. The concerns as are understood by the Planning Commission and by planning staff is that only requiring 1 space per unit would necessitate developers to obtain overnight permits in the downtown parking system. This would then consume all of the availability of the residential permits. Residents wouldn't move their cars in the morning by the time required for shoppers to use the parking spaces, and that they're not able to enforce parking and time restrictions. So while Planning Commission, appreciated those concerns, planning commissioners thought that while that is a concern, that could be mitigated through other parking management policies, rather than imposing it on development that may or may not need an additional parking space. And in terms of balancing that, and in terms of creating the kind of density that would be appropriate in downtown. That is what I have on that.
Questions from council members?
I feel kind of weird, almost like, that parent sometimes. It's like, and now for the other point of view, Amy and or Matt.
Good evening. Good late evening. Yeah, so Jenna, if you could just go to the map of the downtown, the new zoning changes. So speaking for the DDA and the parking board, you know the parking board has managed the downtown parking system for really since the revitalization. What I wanted to make clear is if you can get to the map.
Which map?
The map that shows the different pieces of downtown, the different downtowns.
Oh, the form-based.
Yep. So the recommendation that's coming from you, from both the parking board and the Downtown Development Authority, is that you only change the requirement in the north downtown area. And that is a result because also the UDO changes the rules that are in place for only that area. And that allows those height restrictions to go to, I believe it's 12 stories, 12 stories. So that's where the main point of concern is. The DDA has not recommended that you change any other requirements in any other area of downtown, except for that one that also changes the rules to the height requirements. Our downtown parking system is delicate. It is not free, although it is free to our visitors, and that's basically where the concerns came from the DDA. So with that, I'll leave it to Amy for her input. Do you have anything else to say?
No, I just wanted to echo that we're looking at form-based codes areas. So form-based codes allows us to look at those areas and have a different requirement for one of those areas. Where you're proposing a 9 or 12-story building, that's a pretty dense building, which we're all for. The DDA board, the parking board, the PSD is all for more density. We just want the answer to the question of, okay, where are all these people gonna park? So if you're building a 9-story building with 300 square foot units, you have as many in there as you want, traditionally downtown, we are seeing people with more than one car. That's the way it's been working. It's a little misleading on the Walker study or the how many permits we actually have. We only have 154 spaces downtown that we designated 24-hour spaces, that you can park your car there and you don't need to worry about moving your car. Now, truly, there are 459 that allow you to park overnight, but you gotta move your car by 9:30 in the morning. That is a very hard rule to enforce. We don't have the staff at the DDA level. We'd have to hire a parking enforcement person to actually do that, which would be a cost to the end users. So we're just asking, or they're just asking, that really look at it closely, look at the parking, how it exists, and appreciate the fact that our downtown merchants are the ones that answered the survey, and they are the ones that are overwhelmingly wanting to see more parking in that north downtown area for residents. And what I also want to put in that we also are looking at those areas as mixed use, and we don't require any commercial parking. So you could have a building that has a restaurant, coffee shop, or whatever, and they don't have to supply parking.
Amy, what was the number per space?
The number per space?
That came as a recommendation from the DDA, is it 1.5?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that was, they did recommendation for efficiencies or studios, one bedroom 1.5, and 2 bedroom 2.0. And I want to say that's their recommendation. There's room for compromise within this, and I think that my board chairs both wanted me to stress that. We just want to have kind of a meeting of the minds here on the parking system.
Mike, you had a question?
I've got more of a statement, and I wish Jay was here because I'm gonna have a little fun with this one. The big argument that we had for on-street parking was because, by golly, people have 2 or 3 cars now. They can't all park in the driveway. So we're having rules and regulations here built on 1 parking per resident? Why are we having it both ways? It makes absolutely no sense. If it's good for the general city, why isn't it good for over here? In fact, the density is going to be, somebody's got to pay for this. It's either going to be the city, it's going to be the merchants, or it's going to be the developer. The developer's putting and Ryan, close your ears. The developer is putting the burden on. The developer should burden the parking. Plain and simple. I mean, it's not rocket science. And maybe that's too simplistic, but why? I don't get it.
And Mike, I'm going to use as many Mike-isms as I can over the next couple of months. So you probably all know what's coming, but you have recommendations from 2 of your appointed boards. They're in front of council. And this is why you get paid the big bucks. You get to make those decisions. So we're happy to answer any other questions, but it's really, I think it gets Goes to you.
I vote for Mike.
Yeah, Scott and then Lynn.
Yeah, quick question back to the planning division. So part of the building envelope on these larger structures, higher structures, are we requiring any kind of parking, above-ground parking, addition to below-ground parking? Are we creating any kind of opportunity, requirement that, makes these developers put more parking on-site?
First, as written, there's a requirement for one parking space per dwelling unit, which has to be worked out somehow. On-site's best. And we allow everything you described, right? That parking could
Okay.
be surface, it could be within the building, it could be within an attached garage, it could be underground, all of that's allowed.
It can be above ground
It can
too.
be
So
above
like the
ground,
first three
yeah.
floors can be parking and then the rest of it.
Elevator.
Yeah.
Okay, just thank you.
Actually, there's no, we have the limit on, if you have a standalone parking garage, there's a limit. Within the building, there is not, except that you only get 9 or 12 or 6 or
Right.
however many floors, and if you use them all for parking, you don't have any left for
So
residences.
we'll go back to Mike's question though, that could be pushed back to the developer to say, design it within the envelope or the footprint of your property, correct? Oh,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, and that one space per unit's a minimum. So a developer, if they saw a need within the market to do more, they could build more into that. Yeah.
And if you don't mind, Chris actually just came up with something that's good to share here.
This is about
NDT.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify that we actually do require commercial parking in NDT in North Downtown. There are three parts of the form-based code that are exempt for commercial parking requirements. There's Central Downtown, East Downtown, and the Centennial area. North Downtown would require one parking space per 800 square feet of commercial space within a mixed-use building.
Okay. Nikki?
Well,
Oh, did I skip you, Lynn?
I can speak after Nikki.
It's after 9, it's hard for me to keep track.
Go ahead.
Let's, go ahead, Lynn.
Yeah, the minimums, I think, is really important to keep stressing that this is minimum, and any of the developments that I've seen in the last several years have all provided their own parking. So if they need to, and they do, the developers want 2 spaces per unit, that's what they do, and that's what they've been doing, except for the affordable developments that have been proposed downtown. And so it becomes exceedingly or prohibitively expensive when you start to add more parking requirements. This is the only place in the central area downtown. I mean, this is one of the only places where we could actually consider mixed income, affordable developments downtown. And if we increase the parking requirements, it will limit our ability to, and who knows if we will, but it will limit our ability to do that.
Can I just speak to that for just?
Of course.
Just very quickly. The last affordable housing project that was proposed was where they're putting the condos up on River Avenue right now. That was proposed at 72 units. General Capital, great company, worked with them a lot, talked to them a lot. They were going to provide 72 parking spaces, but also were coming to me and saying, but we're going to want to buy an additional 30 to 40 passes. Now that puts a tax on the system.
Sure, and so that takes me to the next question. One of the reasons I think that the Planning Commission came to the decision they did about parking was because of the parking studies that you shared with us. So it might be helpful for the rest of the council to be able to see those. We came to the conclusion to keep it a one parking space minimum, in part because of those studies. So
Right.
it would be good to see those.
Yeah,
think,
and I can
again,
find the
to-
Walker study and share it with you. I will say that their number 1 recommendation was that we move to a paid parking system.
I was going to say
Yeah,
that, but
that
since
was-
you've said it.
Yeah, that was their, and I will say that our boards rejected that. Our stakeholders rejected that, and we had to come up with some other creative ways to try to manage the parking system. I think it's, I just don't see our stakeholders wanting to move to a paid parking system.
And just to throw some support to you, Amy, what I've heard you say is that the enforcement issue is really a problem. And that shouldn't be a burden to you. And so that, it feels like that's something we should talk about, because it is something that has been an issue, and you've talked about this ever
Yeah.
since I've been sitting on the
Most
planning
communities
commission.
do hire a downtown parking
Yep.
enforcement officer, but our budget, again, we'd have to raise our assessments for that, we'd have to raise those permit prices, so then we're kind of, it's just such a double-edged sword. That's a hard question to answer.
It's not, I mean, we should, I think,
Sure.
come up with a solution
And
for
I just
that.
want to interject, you've had a lot of staff recommendations. Your downtown staff would vehemently be against paid parking. That would be,
Send them
that
over
very,
the edge.
I don't even know what I want to say about it.
I think
We
you
don't
just
want
did
paid
it.
parking.
That would be a no.
I think you made that pretty
And I
clear.
think you gotta just stress the fact that, like you said, it's already kind of paid parking because our stakeholders pay for it in very hefty assessment costs every year that they don't argue with because they're willing to pay for that.
Okay, Mike, and then
What
Nikki.
happened to our parking ambassador? That's what was supposed to
It-
cure
it-
that ill.
Yeah, it's, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it did work for a little while. Again, we are a shared system, so we are not sharing it just with customers, we're sharing it with residents, and we're sharing it with employees. Again, it was a cost that just could not be supported.
Nikki?
Yeah, well, I've changed my comments 3 times based on all the information I didn't know. I'm inclined to say that developers should develop, that's what they do, and they can figure it out, and they might, if you required 3 parking spots, they would figure it out. The affordable parking, affordable housing kind of thing, I don't know what to do about that. Anyone who is in affordable housing, what we are calling, may have 2 cars too. What do you do when you have guests come over? What do you do when people visit? I mean, this is a problem. We are unfortunately a car-centric society. And until we get every street a bike lane, this needs to be discussed. These parts of the puzzle are new to me tonight. So I'm inclined to say developers are the ones who will figure that out if we give them a requirement.
And I just want to add that developers are kind of a tricky bunch because we
Oh,
had
yeah.
developers come in and talk to the parking board and the DDA board,
Sure.
and at the same time, they turned around and say, you tell us what you want, we'll build to those specifics. So they came away, we heard, 1.2, 1 to 1.2, 1.5 is pretty normal. So, I mean, they were telling us kind of what we wanted to hear, and I think they're telling them kind of what they want to hear too, so.
Tricky bunch.
If you don't mind, if I could just respond to that just real quickly. So the developers that do more high-end developments were like, yeah, I have it a 1.2 because, we're going to have more parking anyway for these higher-end condos. But those that were from Grand Rapids that do more affordable housing, workforce housing and LIHTC housing said, no, please don't do that requirement. In terms of general capital, I believe actually they ended up saying 20. And this is another thing that potentially council can look into is having a maximum number that would be allowable for the DDA to give out in terms of permits. So such a development could have, some type of percentage.
And I'm glad you brought that up, Jenna, because this was the first time I'd heard that there were 400 or so parking permits that were available, and it sounds to me like if all of those are issued, that we just can't handle that many cars parking overnight, which then puts the question in my head of, why in the world do we have that many permits available if we can't handle the number of cars that are there? Is that something we should be
Yeah.
looking at and reducing that number?
Well, yeah,
Because
we
if the
probably
system
should.
can't handle it, we
We
can't do
probably
that.
should.
Think of it as more of that's the number of permits we could sell and still handle the issue,
Okay.
right?
Well, I don't know.
Look at all our
I thought
backs.
I heard tonight, no, if those were all taken, we wouldn't be able to handle the number that are there.
I think if we look at that as more of that's the number we could handle before we have a major issue. And if we have a 12-story building that's got 400 units in it and each of them has to buy a permit, that one building is gonna reach the end of that.
Sure. No, I get that completely. I understand that there's a finite number of spots that are available that are out there, the same way that, as Ryan said earlier, there's a finite amount of particle board, or chipboard that's available, OSB out there, that suddenly then there becomes a market for those kinds of things. And what I'm curious about is, have we created more of those permits than we have the ability to be able to use? And if we've got the right number of permits out there, my question is, why aren't we using them or pricing them appropriately to be able to cover the cost of the enforcement that needs to go along with it?
I can answer
Keith,
that.
Yeah,
because-
please do, because I'm confused.
Because I don't think you were on council
No, I
quite
was
yet. The last time that we increased the cost of those permits. And I see Raul nodding his head like you thought the world was going to end when we increased the cost of those permits. Right? So really, I'm going to go back. I'm going to really quickly retreat back to a Mikeism.
Yeah.
That there are no easy answers here, and there's different points of view from staff. So you're going to get a different answer, and I don't think that's inappropriate. You're going to get a different answer from staff depending on which position of the organization they represent, which means the Mikeism is that's why you guys get paid the big bucks.
Oh, exactly. Nikki and then Scott.
Yeah, and maybe we can't build a 12-story residential unit. Maybe Holland has reached the, I know. Maybe we can't do some of these things we want to do. Maybe we're tapped out. I don't know. I mean, eventually, a city reaches, that's part of our problem, too.
That's that theoretical question that you asked that you and your colleagues, I'm sure, will talk about more.
Yeah,
Well,
Scott.
we will.
Have you ever played the game Sims?
Yes.
Yeah, eventually you have to buy more property, right? You've got to expand. So we've talked about that before too. Anyways, part of that parking permit, there's a contract they sign, correct? That says they will move their car because supposedly they work during the day somewhere else, which then frees that parking space up for the store owners to use. And so there is contract language that helps that. And we can deny them that permit or renewal of the permit if they're somehow abusing that process, correct? So that's kind of like the checks and balances, maybe not so much enforcement out there writing tickets, but hey, we've got routine reports that you're violating the contract or the agreement, and so you're no longer eligible for this. Is that kind of
It's
Mm-hmm.
true.
the way?
I will say that there's a lot of turnover, so it's not always the same people getting a parking permit. For instance, we have a lot of apartments downtown that are Hope College apartments. You'll have a 3-bedroom apartment above Gazelle or Crocker in there, and you'll have 6 students living in there, and they each have a car. And we finally did put language in with Hope College, and Hope College agreed with us that we have to limit how many you're able to sell, but there's still 3 cars. So and those people are there for a year. And I can talk to students until I'm blue in the face saying you're not allowed to park there. We had to take one parking lot away because it was being so abused. And so we have that thing, but we don't want to keep penalizing the people that are doing it right because of the people that are doing it wrong.
Okay. Other questions? No questions. Everybody's tired. They are. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. And Jenna and Chris, I think we're thanking you and Mark too, or is there more? And
There is
Tricia,
more,
thank you.
but again, that's up to you. Really, the only other thing that we had was to go through the zoning map with you. This isn't a hot topic, but it was something to clarify some, the differences and kind of where things landed in terms of that. So that's Chris's presentation. So we could definitely do that if you are so inclined.
I would like to see that next time.
So the only thing I'm going to push back on though is because Chris is the one that has other clients and other communities that he goes to. So there is an element where it's like, hey, next time, and it was like Chris might be like, hey, like I can't be here that night type thing. How do I say this nicely? Remember, what I said last time is not that staff has put a lot of time into this and we're in a hurry to get you to accomplish this. What I did say, though, is we do know that we have developers that have projects that they're waiting to submit to us because they want to submit those under the new rules. And I'm just sharing a fact with you, and I'm not going to apologize for sharing that fact with you. So there is an element where at some point we have developers that want to invest in the city, and they're waiting on a decision on Udo that probably has nothing to do with the topics that we're talking about tonight, because they want to do that. So
Keith, I'm even going to correct you a little bit. We've got developers out there that want to submit projects based on a set of rules that they know exist. So even if we said no to Udo at all, completely, that still would allow those developers. What they're looking for is an answer from this council as to what the rules are going to be.
Right.
Not in particular the Udo.
Yeah,
rules.
more so they
Yeah.
just want an answer.
Right.
So
I
they
just
know
want to
what
make
the
sure
rules
that,
are. Yeah,
that everybody's
they're not
clear
like-
on what it was that you just said.
And I can
Thank you.
And I can appreciate that, but we get one shot at this. And I'm not, I will be the
But-
one of 9 that's gonna put the brakes on this thing.
But Mike, what I'm
Because we do it
pushing,
right.
but what I'm pushing back on is, to some extent, I know we're tired, but I don't know when Chris can come or not. So I don't want and I know Chris is gonna say, Keith, stop saying that. I'll be here whenever I want, because he will be. But there is that element where I'm gonna keep pushing a little bit, not that you gotta make a decision, Mike, that's not what I'm saying. But yet there is an element, there is a reality that we kind of want to get through this too.
I can appreciate that, but at 9:30, my learning level is gone. I'm sorry, there's been an awful lot of stuff thrown at us already. Chris, I apologize profusely.
That's fine.
But I'm not gonna be able, personally, I'm not gonna be able to absorb a whole lot more right now. And that's me, and that's my problem. Everybody else wants to go for it, fantastic, but.
I'm hearing, I'm looking up and down the table, I'm hearing people.
Isn't it said somewhere, blessed are those who wait?
All right.
And I can be here on both the 23rd and the 30th of June. So that's the 4th and 5th Wednesdays. And since we're doing these on 4th Wednesdays, I am available that day. I'm also available the 5th Wednesday. So either or both would be fine with me.
So 4th and 5th, which means maybe we'd schedule other stuff on the study session, or depending on what happens, you could have some of your discussions, depending on all the other things that are coming up and need study session time. So that's helpful to know. Thanks, Chris.
And that 5th Wednesday is a bonus Wednesday.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That helps. And again, I'm not pushing you, Mike, and yet I'm
No.
pushing.
Yeah.
Right?
And-
Because I have to. I have to.
And we did just spend 10 minutes talking about whether or not we wanted to do this, and without having any idea of how long Chris's presentation was going to be. But yeah,
It's not very long. So.
probably 8 minutes, right? All right. So what I'm hearing from this group is we're done for tonight. That's. No, I'm seeing that from Scott. I'm seeing it. Yeah, I got a lot of people who are saying, no, let's get out of here tonight. So thank you all. Thank you, everyone, for the great presentations tonight, the questions. Mark, I didn't say specifically to you. Thank you to Mark. And Keith, I guess, thank you to you too as well. And Matt. So thanks, everyone. Have a great night.